Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, April the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Tank. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Excellent. Lots and lots of action this morning. Man, oh man, I got a ton of stocks. We're getting more and more into earning season. So, and the AIs look like they're alive again. AI specifically, I know they had the big downgrade yesterday and a bunch of analysts weighing in on them, but AI is up. But of course, CXAI is leading the charge this morning. Couldn't really see any of the other players like the IDAI and some of the other ones. Haven't seen them really move, but CXAI is moving. Don't see any specific news on it. The ASTS, yes, I was actually looking to short this one, not yet though. As Real said, 555 is the next high looking left. You said that you don't think the news, I mean, it's interesting news, makes history in the cellular connectivity, et cetera, et cetera. So it's interesting news to be sure. And there are shorts, well, there were shorts available. There were shorts available for me 5 minutes ago in Interactive Brokers. None, they've been all snapped up though. And FRC has had earnings such as they were and getting clobbered down. Yeah, I just basically read their earnings report. Obviously not good. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. However, by a proxy, maybe WAL. WAL is moving down also. Not as much, of course. And what is it? PAC, PACW. PACW moving down also, but nowhere near as badly as FRT. Then you have the Morph. So it's an earnings play, but that's not the big deal. Obviously, they had some news reports financial. Nope, wait a minute. Meets key goal in mid-stage trial. So a huge pop. I think on that, I don't think it's anything to do with earnings. They all see that level. Yeah. Well, there's the next high looking left. What a gap though. What a potential gap fill. Still, BXRX. I think it hasn't held its gains. BXRX. So what did it get up to? Got up to 340. Yeah, surging after neuromuscular drug trial results. Phase two, phase two. Low float, 2.5 million in the float. Here's a big gap down on earnings. I think it's earnings. Yes, 10B. Look at this big gap down on earnings. NB, PENB, big gap down on earnings. Woo. Right through the 200-day moving average. The next low is looking left on the weekly, about 34, so it's getting close. But that is a big gap down on earnings for 10B. Now, on a personal note, I actually did hold some of this IDWA, not WA, IDYA. You know, I took this trade yesterday late, fairly late. This worked out very well, and I said I might hold it with all these analysts' price targets. Now they did a financing, but it didn't really affect the stock. The financing is at 1850, raising a lot of money, quite a bit of money, 7.5 million, 7.4 million shares, 1850. So they're raising a lot of money, and yeah, so I still have some of this, not a lot, but some. There's a VIRI, guys, VIRI. Look at that gap. Look at this gap for VIRI. Boy, I might, just give me a moment. I mean, look at this gap for VIRI. I mean, they're right next high looking left is 318 on the weekly chart. Had some news. 48 surges 48% on positive feedback from the FDA after they received initial feedback from FDA on its phase 3. It's considered acceptable by the FDA, the company said. So pretty big news for that company. 13 million in the float, low float, and that is VIRI. Ooh, PCT is showing up here, guys. PCT. Wow, look at this. PCT, Pure Cycle. See if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news. It's not an earnings play, but it is popping. PCT. Not a low float, though. 115 million in the float. The next high looking left for PCT on the daily chart is around 626, I think. 624 after that. Excuse me, 635, and after that, 656. So it still has a little bit of room. I don't see any news. Can't see any news. Well, I guess that is the news. I'm sorry. That is the news. This is Pure Cycle. Okay, reaches mechanical completion. All right. So that is the news for PCT. It's shortable for me. It is shortable. Okay, ARWR. 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 It's an earnings play. No, it is not an earnings play. ARWR. It's not an earnings play. Stock share surge after promising trial results. Okay, phase 1/2, and that is for ARWR. Big gap up though. Look at that, right through the 200-day moving average. Looks like to me it's coming into a lot of weekly resistance, and that is ARWR. UPS had earnings such as they were because I think it's dropped. UPS is, I think UPS is gapping down on earnings. Ooh, rocky though. I mean, I don't know. You know what? I don't think this can be believed. I'm looking at the SPY, all these topping tails, so I don't think these are not real. So I don't think this one is real also, because when I saw UPS, it was way down here. So anyway, UPS gapping down on earnings. Let's see what FedEx is doing, FDX, if there's a sympathy play there. FDX, they don't have earnings. They don't have earnings until June. A little mild sympathy play. THC is an earnings play. THC is an earnings play. And this is interesting. Yes, THC, next high is looking left around that 76 mark. Spotify, SPOT is an earnings play. Spotify, SPOT. And nice, look at that on the daily chart, just breaking out here, guys. Next high is looking left on the weekly around 160. Is that right? Yeah, what 150? Yeah, this has got some room, guys. Yeah, Spotify definitely has some room on the weekly chart anyway. The next high looking left is, around the 150, 148, and then after that, you're talking 160. So still has some room. Spotify, nice earnings play for it. And then the PPTI, which I don't think I could see any news. PPTI. Uh-oh, did I type in that symbol wrong? No, it's PTPI, sorry. PTPI. And I don't see any news on this one. PTPI, low float. Mm. Look at AI and the surging here, guys. AI surging. So it held the 200-day moving average yesterday. You can see exactly where it got down to 1746, the 200-day moving average, 1735. So it held the 200-day moving average yesterday and has bounced off it. And you're right. So there is some new. Well, this is okay. This is C3A. Okay, this is designate C3 AI predictive maintenance solution as system of record. Okay, so that is the news, and that is lifting some of the AI players. say XII for sure, but I didn't really see IDAI. I didn't see that one really moving. Except when I first looked at it, yeah, well, it's up 4%, but 9 cents. That's not a. I don't think that's relevant. And Bullfrog BFRG. I don't think it really moved that much. Oh, okay, it's up 7%. All right, so that is lots of action this morning. Now let me check to see if the upgrades and downgrades have hit my email. Yes, so let's get some of these in. This is from briefing.com. If there's anything interesting. This one from yesterday, EURN. Stifles got an upgrade. ZTO has got an upgrade from Goldman. I see RRC here. I know it's an earnings play also. RRC is an earnings play. All right, let's take a look at ZTO with the Goldman upgrade, see if anything is happening with that one, ZTO. Yeah, China stock also interesting. Yeah, not really. See if there's a price target they put on it. $42. Why not? $42. Goldman assigned a price target of $42 for Zito, so it's sitting at 28 right now. All right, let me get these downgrades in. FRC, fine. Maxim downgrading FRC. Downgrade for PDD from Goldman. Let's take a look at PDD, see if there's anything interesting happening there with PDD. Yeah, seems to be taking a little bit of an effect here. A lot of volume, 115,000 shares already for PDD. All right, there are the upgrades, downgrades. Let's take a look at the sectors now. We're in for a weak open. I'm going to click on new, then dog channel bar. Scroll down to it says show more, and then click on sector status and see what's happening with the major sectors right now in the pre-market, 10 minutes before, 15 minutes before the market opens. So as I said, the market is going to open weak. So what we're seeing here, XLE, the stocks that make up XLE, 100%, with that 100% in red means 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Is there anything industrial is about 50-50, but tech 81% are down, communications 78% are down. As always, I just like to take a look at the ones that are below the 200-day moving average to see, if they're getting closer. So XRT, that one was below the 200-day moving average, still below. Little green bar yesterday, but still below. And financials, XLF, financials was below, still below, and now starting to fade away. We had that little glimmer of hope here. These few days that it looked like it was going to perhaps get closer and closer, but we were starting to fade away. Excuse me, starting to fade away from that 200-day moving average for financials. And then consumer discretionary, XLY. All right. Well, it held the 200-day. That was the other one that was looked like it might fall below. It held the 200-day yesterday, got down below it, but closed above it. Staples, XLP. That's interesting. I mean, state consumer staples is just roaring ahead. Communications now. Let's take a look at communications after yesterday. No, it's still well above. And then tech, XLK, still above. I don't know if it's well above, but it's still above. Yeah, still well above. So the only two, we have retail and financials. Those are the two major sectors that are still below the 200-day moving average. All right, let's take a look. Anything else showing up that wasn't on my list? So I'm going to click on the earnings date column to show you we're starting to get more and more into earnings season. So there's the morph. Here's another one, LTH, not very much volume. LTH, but just not very much volume. Take a look at it, see what sort of chart it looks like. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it's just not very much volume yet for LTH. Or Spotify, THC. Here's another one, Novartis. Didn't mention it, but it is an earnings play, Novartis, NVS, and it's almost well, it's getting closer to the lifetime high. Boy, it's been on a nice run over the last 5 weeks, I guess, from 90 to 104. Pretty steady up. So this is an earnings play also, Novartis, NVS. Xerox is also an earnings play, XRX. Not very much volume at all. And a big, real expensive one, MedP, close to a lifetime high also. MedP, big gap up on earnings. So those are the ones on the upside. And I'm not saying these are the only earnings plays today, but these are the only ones meeting my filter requirements in the pre-market. Take a look on the downside. Here are the earnings plays on the downside. SAN, a cheap one. SAN, cheap one. We talked about UPS. GEHC, don't know these guys. GEHC. Interesting. Was on quite a run, actually. You look at this run before ahead of earnings. And a lot of people must have thought that the earnings release was going to come out, well, reasonably positive, but not this gap down. So it's interesting. GEHC. DHR, another really expensive one. We talked about the FRC. We talked about the 10B. CDNS, another really expensive one. CDNS, another earnings play. Big gap down on earnings. So again, all I do is I just sort on the earnings column and then I scroll down and I'm going to see the 0.25s and the minus 0.25s. Those are the earnings plays for me. 0.25 means they released earnings in the pre-market. Minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. I do have 0.75 here. What that means is the 0.75 means they will, so PAC W, as an example, will release earnings after hours today. That's what 0.75 means. So that's the beauty of the top list. You can sort on any column header that you have. Again, the obvious one to sort on at the very, very beginning, of course, when you open up is to take a look at the change from the close. But after that, you can start to dive in. You can check the low floaters. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. Ah, thank you. That's GEHC. That makes sense. General Electric Healthcare. Yeah, okay. Boy, this has been trading for a while though, right? I guess at the beginning of the year. It looks like at the beginning of the year, that's when it started to trade. All right, guys, give me one moment, please. All right, so the CXAI, the next high looking left is 875. Now I got above that, of course, in the pre-market, 945. So if we can get back up to the pre-market highs, the next high is 1095 for CXAI. All right, let's take a look at, just give me a moment, please. What retail today, John? Just out of curiosity, I'm looking at XRT retail. Well, why should retail show some action today? Just out of curiosity. Okay. 10B continues its drop down. Boy, that's a big, big gap down off that 200-day moving average. and it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours, so you can see the after hours reaction. That is the mauve area on our charts. That's the after hours, and it is continuing down. Aha! There's been a ton of short covering at Interactive Brokers. 191,000 now available. So keep an eye on that VIRI, guys. I mean, that has the look like 13 million in the float. Had some news, a lot of volume already, 23 million. So he's going to trade the float multiple times today, almost double now. But the big attraction, of course, is this gap. Look at the gap on the weekly chart. The next high is 316. Not saying it's going to get there, but and it sort of had a nice over the last few weeks. I don't play penny stocks under a dollar, but it has gone from, well, what day was this? This was on the March 20th. It was about a 30-cent stock. Boy, Morphus have been very choppy in the pre-market. Again, I don't know if I can trust that bottoming tail if it really got down there, but pretty choppy in the pre-market though. MORF still a big gap up. And there's your reason. 29 million in the float for a 50 to $60 stock. That's very low. So that's why you can see some wild swings. And this little break over the 200-day moving average for that ARWR, 34.45 is the 200, so it's about a dollar above the 200-day moving average. What's the next high looking left on the weekly is 35.15, so it's above that. 35, so about 36 is the next high on the weekly chart for this ARWR. All right, guys, we've got less than a minute for this market to open. 30 seconds from now, so I'm going to shut this down. Get prepared for the open. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Gotta let things settle down. The VIRI, though, might tempt me, but that's up to you. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. For real, your namesake is Pop. Wow, boy, that used to be a more expensive stock. All right, guys, I'm out of the IDYA. Okay, I'm out of it completely. I was holding some from yesterday, but now it's starting to looks like it's starting to drift down to that financing price 1850. So I'm out of it. VIRI guys, VIRI, some liftage. And we have our first halt. CNTG halted. And now is it on the way up or on the way down? All right, CNTG halted on the way up, right at the 200-day moving average. 113 is the 200-day, so it's halted right at the 200-day moving average. CNTG, where are they out of? Is it Germany? No, Denmark. Sorry. Denmark. Um, what's the next? I have to back this weekly chart out and see where the next highs are. Yeah, 137 could stall it. Did not see this in the pre-market. Nothing didn't trade in the pre-market. Okay, guys, PAC W. That is the I call that my proxy for trying to short FRC. It's not going to be quite as dynamic, of course, but FRC I noticed had a little pop and then the immediate drop. FRC earnings play. See, had a little pop up here that went from 1182 up to 1237, and but here's your opening candle moving down and almost a lifetime low. Well, let's see. All my mics are on. My mic is on, and the icon is on. So you guys can hear me, right? I'm just going to answer. If John can't hear me, he can't say yes, of course. But you guys can hear me still, and I can tell John it's only him. Okay, thank you. So just you, John, do a refresh. Do a refresh, John. Wow, PCT, boy, that showed up on the options scanner right there, 608. And it just zoomed up to 643. Had some news. Of course, it's in the momentum scanner also. Ooh, look at JetBlue. Popped up to 720, right back down here to 7. See if there's any news on JetBlue. This is actually an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Why? Look how choppy it was. It's too difficult to trade. JetBlue is an earnings play, but look how choppy it was in the pre-market. And then we have this giant topping tail here. So I'm going to just forget about that one. Viri, guys, VIRI. A little pullback, and now it looks like it wants to run a bit. Okay, guys, Viri on the move here. Viri on the move. VIRI. So what you're seeing here, this is the DR stands for don't repeat. So you see the first time it was alerted, any stock was alerted in this window right there. There, you'll see the time, you see the price. So for instance, here's Very at 9:30, 5 seconds after the market opened, the price was 121 on the alert. We are now at 138. This is the repeating version. So this allows you to kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from the first alert? First time it was alerted, what happened to it? Meanwhile, let's take a look at the market. So Dow is down a little, Nas is down, SPY is down a little, so nothing dramatic yet. CENTG just opened. Did it pop or did it just sort of, ooh, it did pop. CNTG, don't see any news on this one. Low float, 9 million in the float. So it's definitely a low floater. Well, that morph continues to fade here. MORF continues to fade. Big level for it to have taken out too. Well, trying to anyway, 50. Psychological number there, 50. Boy, this CNTG, I mean, this is these crazy ones, I mean, had no action whatsoever in the pre-market. Zero trading in the pre-market, nothing after hours. Market opens, gets halted, and now it's halted again, CNTG. And projected open could be 158. The Goldman WW is starting to fade now. Had a nice run. Didn't quite get up to 13. Golden put a $13 price target on this one. Back here, starting to fade though. WW. Yeah, really selling off, guys. WW really starting to sell off. I mean, the next low looking lift is around 650, I believe, 658. So this is WW is really starting to sell off. Down through the VWAP, 736. Thoughts on how halts affect price action? Well, nothing scientific, of course, but what we've found maybe over the last, I don't know, 3 years since we had this scan, the first halt is usually not bad. In other words, stock gets halted, and usually there's a lift when it starts to trade. Second one, not as dramatic as maybe the first one. Usually the third halt though is when you get some selling, but there's nothing scientific about that. It's just sort of an observation that I think we have found over the last 3 years on halts. The only way I play halts is, I mean, if you're not in it before it gets halted, of course, is if the stock gets halted, for instance, right here, it didn't happen. The stock got halted at 113. If it had dropped when it opened, if it had dropped a little bit, say under 105, and then popped through 113 again, I may have taken that trade. Okay, that's the only, otherwise you're just chasing, you're guessing to see if it's going to keep moving higher. All right, so Real's talking about Rhombus or MBS. Rambus. Yeah, not an earnings play. Boy, talk about choppy in the pre-market. Look at this, up, down. Um, yeah, I mean, I see what he's looking at though. 44 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. So from 47 to 44. Again, we're not saying it's getting there, but pretty choppy right now. Has earnings on the first, so that'll be next week. Viri is still holding there. VIRI still holding. Bossman Dennis, what do you mean by more like 0.98? You must be referring to some stock. Boy, this just, what an explosion. I don't see the news for CNTG. Alex, I don't see it. I'm just looking at my headlines. Amazing though. I mean, nothing in the pre-market. Nothing. Yeah, again, it's not scientific at all by the dip. This is something we've known, at least I'm pretty sure that the group will agree. The first call usually is pretty good if you're long already. Viri, guys, VIRI continues to make its mark. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just internal stuff happening and just trying to get up to date. You mean future resistance? For me, I just keep looking left. I mean, if the stock is near the high of the day, excuse me, I just keep looking left on a daily chart, then a weekly chart. If I don't, it just look to see where the next highs are. Pretty simple. That's what I do. It's not necessarily that that's going to be resistance or the stock is going to get there, but so that's why that's why the VIRI, why I've been talking about it because of the potential. Get it the load because of the potential low. I mean, look at the next low high looking left on the weekly, 318. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean, there's really no chart resistance. That's all I do. All right, 9:46. So the first 15 in the book. So let's take a look. MGOL. So, for instance, if I look left for MGOL, I wouldn't take this trade right now. I look left, the next high is 121. There's a high right there at 122. But if it can break that, I mean, then you look left. Look at the room, 172. So, if it can get above 121 or so, I'll just put a price alert there and see if it happens. I mean, it tried. You can see right there on that. Again, I don't, yeah, it's a 9 o'clock candle. I don't know if we can trust that. There are a lot of topping tails and a lot of charts. That's all I do. I just look left. And if I can't see anything on the daily charts, when I say if I can't see anything, so for instance, if I look left and imagine if all of this was below the current price, then I have to look on the weekly chart to see where the next high is. So the market's fading or selling off right now, guys. Market is selling off right now. There's that opening or the second 15-minute candle after the initial green candle, selling off a bit. DoorDash, guys. So DoorDash through the 200-day moving average now. So this has got some room on the downside. I think the next low looking left is 58.14. So if it takes out 58, then the next low looking left is 55.75. So there's definitely some room underneath DoorDash. It is now breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Pretty significant level for it to break. Not an earnings play next week. So so that broke down through 58 now, guys. DoorDash. I'm going to say the next low looking left is 55.75. Sort of out of the price range I like to trade, but just pointing out the opportunity. Yeah, wasn't GM an earnings play, or they had some news? I don't know if it's an earnings play or yeah, it's an earnings play. GM's an earnings play. I can't really expand on the logic behind the regression scan. I mean, people will say stocks will revert to the mean and all that, but there, you might want to click on the help. Like what regression scan are you talking about? You're talking about in our like these ones. So all you have to do is just click on help, and it'll give you an idea about what it's looking for. Okay. Oh, hey, Xerox actually on the move a little bit. Actually, that's a pretty good move for Xerox. This is an earnings play, XRX, but take a look at the 200-day moving average, 1574. You know, that could easily stall it. Okay, easily stall it. So if it gets closer and closer, wow, I didn't even see this on my 10-day daily breakout, the Xerox. I was watching it up here. I didn't see it. I must have missed the sound. Xerox, though, look at this. There it is, the alert at 1537 at 950. Not a bad little move, almost 20 cents, but getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Of course, there's lots and lots of shares available to short. 9 million at Interactive Brokers. I thought I saw Calm. Was it an upgrade or a downgrade? Calm was a downgrade this morning. Okay. Mm-hmm. So they're trading lower after Stevens and Co. downgraded the stock from overweight to equal weight. Okay, so that's a big downgrade for Calm. And well, let's look left as always. Next low looking left on the weekly chart is 48. So it's got about $1 there. If it breaks that, then 46. Make it real. The Hook, Captain Hook here, guys. Hook. What is looking left? See, I just don't see enough room. I look left on that weekly chart. I see a bunch of stuff around 110, so not interested. We couldn't find any news for PTPI, could we? At least I didn't. The only news is that it's a low float, 1.4 million in the float. And now it took out yesterday's high, which was 574. The next high looking left is 714. This is just ripping here on that low float, 1.4 million in the float. Just don't see any news for it. This hit just as I was opening the room. Not shorted for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, LGMK is halted. Take a look at LGMK. Well, if this can be believed, well, at one point it said 4. There it is. So this is halted at 296. So this screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but it is the LGMK halted at 296. And this, this is constantly changing. At one point it did say 4, but right now looks like it's going to be a pretty dramatic open right now. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. If you're not used to these halts, typically they are 5 minutes. They're what they call volatility halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:59 plus 4 seconds, and this will keep changing until that time. But right now, it looks like it's well, it's hard to say. I mean, see how it's drifting down towards the price, but Ugh, BXRX, another extremely whippy one. Low float, 2.5 million in the float, very whippy. How can you? Well, that's from Interactive Brokers, Frank. If you have Interactive Brokers, it's just time and sales. Okay, you're talking about the blue screen. You're talking about this. It's from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so if you have now, your broker should have. If you don't have Interactive Brokers, your broker should have something like this. It's just time and sales. So if you have Interactive Brokers, just do a search on time and sales, and this is the window you'll get. Okay. That's what I look at all the time because, when I click on an alert, I check the chart and then I check to see how it's trading. I want to see how fast it's trading. And of course, I can immediately get the bid ask here. I don't really pay attention to level two, but you do have that information if you want it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's up to you, of course. I mean, when you see, we see this all the time, stocks that move on typically no news, and but usually they're very low float, and it just means that somewhere in the world, somebody is probably pumping it, and traders around the world see it, and they hop on for a while anyway. We have a script. We don't have anything that's going to tell you when it's going to halt now, or if it's going to halt now. If you do this long enough, you can almost by intuition know that something is going to get halted. Just, you start to get a giant, well, on the way up anyway, a giant green candle. Remember, these are, it's just a formula, a stock that moves up too fast in a short period of time. And you'll hear me say something, this looks like it's going to get halted. So, but there's nothing in trade ideas that is going to say, yes, this will get halted at this price or. All right, now CXAI, getting a little more interesting perhaps. Holding 9, low float, 1.8 million in the float, an AI play, of course. The next high looking left is 1095. Very risky. Well, risky because it can be very whippy, okay? So, when you're going to get into a trade, you have to put a stop, so that's the challenge with a stock like what these low float stocks. So Morph actually kind of held that 50 level, 50 level. MORF kind of held it. You can see it got down a little bit below the 50 level and has bounced $3 off it. Again, 29 million in the float for a $50 stock, very low. That's why you're going to get these wild. It's pretty big swings. There's the CXAI guys going. Uh, Harry Belafonte, rest in peace. 96 years old. So you can see how that worked on the CNTG. The first halt was pretty good. The second halt, not bad. And there's your third halt. So, and that, in this particular case, that basically kind of followed the script that we have seen. How long are you talking to me, paper trade? Well, when I was starting to trade, I didn't have access to paper trading, so it wasn't pretty. But it doesn't really matter how long it took me or you ask anybody else. Everybody's different. Everybody has different, skill sets about learning, how much time you want to put in. And it's not just how much time, it's how much I always like when I used to be a pretty big golfer, I used to see guys on the driving range for hours. Didn't matter, they'd be hitting it wrong the same way for hours. Never. So all I'm trying to say though is you can spend a lot of time. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from trading, but you can spend a lot of time. But if you're not understanding what you're trying to sort of you're trying to accomplish, you're just sort of, oh, I'll take this trade, I'll take this trade, I'll take this trade with no real plan. Then you can spend all the time in the world and it won't matter. Okay, so this ASRT, this did show up on my 10-day daily breakdown down here, I believe at 482. So I have to stick an alert underneath 5 to see if that happens again. XPAV I believe it had an upgrade this morning. Not that it worked, but I think it had an upgrade this morning. Yeah, Jeffries. Upgrade target with hold with a target of 930. So that is not working. Now, how is China doing in general? Let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, so China in general is very weak. So you can't expect XPAV unless it has some spectacular news. So you see this one, this LGMK. Wow, yeah. So LGMK, so it was actually a 10-minute halt. Oh, I should have mentioned that. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of 5. So this was actually a little more than a 10-minute halt even. And typically that's a relatively low flow, 21 million. Yeah, there are no shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. And so your news for this one launches medical alert devices in Amazon's US store. They also did a reverse split, which was effective on 1 for 20 reverse split, which was effective on the 24th, which was yesterday. So these guys did the right thing. You know what? I always say this, you do a reverse split and then you try like mad to come up with any sort of news soon after. So, the fact that they've launching medical alert devices in Amazon sort of doesn't mean they're going to, sell $1 billion worth of devices, but it's just news. So that's what I'd be doing if I were running the company, do the reverse split and then try to put out some news to generate some interest for a while. Okay, 10B now, 10B. Okay, so this is actually an AI alert too, or our daily watch list alert. So DoorDash guys, then through that 200-day moving average, through 58, the next low looking left, and it's got some room, 55.75. So it's got about $2 to the next low looking left. And this is definitely weak. I'm watching DoorDash. I mean, it's sort of outside the price range I like, but I'm watching to see how well it holds underneath 58. We've got another one showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Sorry, excuse me, HLX. What sort of room does it have? Ooh, it's got some room. Is it shortable? Yes, it is. All right, so if this can take out the 687 mark right there, so if it can take these two little areas out here on 680, then the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 6, approximately 6. So I'm definitely interested in this one from my 10-day daily breakdown. Is what I'm talking about. Oh, Geotrade or Geotrade in our YouTube room there. That's what I'm talking about. 690. Okay, so Morph, after the little pop up to 50 or 53, looks like it wants to give up 50 again. MORF 49.69. I'm going to stick an alert here. This is one I know is again outside of the price range I normally trade, but 49.62 looks like an interesting level because obviously the gap. But it did have some news and its earnings. I don't know if the earnings really have anything to do with its drop. All right, guys, I'm in the XLX. Let's see what happens here. If it can really take out that six, typically I would have waited for maybe the 680 break, but I maybe jumped the gun on it a little bit. Okay, there's the morph now. Morph underneath this level here. And I'm not telling anybody to take these trades, right? But I'm just pointing out potential opportunities. If it makes your trading plan, then you can, but you have to have a trading plan. So again, if you're asking me by the dip, I've been doing this for a few years. So I mean, I tend to, I'm sizing things up relatively quickly, but everybody is different. Okay. Everybody is different. Well, I'm still kind of waiting on this DoorDash to see if it can really hold underneath 58. And DoorDash, yeah, DASH. All right, where did the LGMK end up going? Probably, I'm sure it's probably dropped by now. Yeah. So again, these are just flyers. Okay. If you take trades like this, you cannot wander away from your computer. You must be sitting and watching if you're in anything like this. My guess, in fact, what's the date today? The 25th? Okay, so that is not that float actually is going to be about a million. Okay, because we have the float and the short float information gets updated twice a month. That's not something that a limitation from us. It's just the way things get reported overall. So let's call it the 15th and 30th. All right. So obviously today is the 25th. They did the reverse split yesterday. I got 1 for 20. So that float actually will be about a million. Just divide 20 into 21. Well, DoorDash, I guess I can just forget about you. You're too boring for me. I was waiting for a big, big, big move underneath 58. Now we're looking at a bounce. And what did Allo do after that initial alert at 577? Yeah, just too much, in my opinion, too much resistance looking left for it to really go that much further. Interesting. There are a lot of shorts available for HLX also. 8 million, 8.7 million at Interactive Brokers. So I'm assuming there's most brokerages have shares to short or HLX, which could help put some more downward pressure on it. I'm on HLX. Just give me a break that 680. I think if it breaks that 680. Yeah, underneath the VWAP, 49.49. So it's still underneath that VWAP. It's hard to answer that question by the dip. The market opens at 4 a.m. So I mean, you're going to get some movement at 4 a.m. But there's lots of movement all day long. So all right, guys. Now Dish. Well, here's another one just moving down. Dish. All I'm doing right now is looking at my 20-day range low. Okay, for potential short ops opportunities, and I'm sharing that scan. So here's the metals and mining ETF. This is really starting to give it up here. XME. There's the 200-day moving average. It got broke. Well, it was at it yesterday, breaking down below it. XME, if you're into ETFs. Okay, now this one, I know you guys were looking at this one earlier. So 35.19 is the VWAP. Okay, so if it breaks down through that VWAP a little bit more, 35.19, so it's right at the VWAP, takes out 35. This could have a big descent. Had some news. All right, this is giving me not a bad little trade so far. The the HLX. So, I mean, there was the alert at 690. I took it at 685. Usually I would wait for that 680 break, but I decided just to do it and put the stop at 690. So the nickel stop. And so now we've moved almost a dime. So at this point, I'm at a 1 for 2 risk reward. So you're asking a lot of questions about the tip. I mean, what are my thoughts on letting your runners run? Yes, let them. I mean, it's fine to ask questions, but these are kind of very general. I mean, that's something you'll see all the time. Sure, let your runners run. It's hard sometimes because the it depends on the type of market. Depends what you're in. I mean, if you're in a like a low float stock that can be very whippy, sure. The probably the best thing to do is if it has a quick pop to take some profit because it can drop very quickly. But sure, let your winners run or let your runners run. Ah, HLX came right back up. Well, that's a bummer. I basically out of that trade flat. I'll watch it again to see if it takes out that level again. Okay, so with the HLX, I'm going to have to put an alert again underneath at 680. All right, so this 10B is just underneath the VWAP, 3572. So it's just underneath the VWAP right now, but just kind of too much, really. It's an earnings play. Ah, Dash. Okay. Okay, Dash looks like it wants to break underneath 58 now and hold. And Dash, DASH, of course. I don't know if IBYA is shortable for me. Yeah, actually, it was shortable for me. I didn't realize it. I don't know why I didn't look at it. I got out of the trade. This was held a little bit from yesterday. Did the financing, but the market didn't seem to mind the financing at all. But now it's starting to drift down towards that financing price of 1850. And that's the IDYA. That morph is just hanging around that 50 mark. Just hanging around that 50 mark, and it really gives it up. Got a lot of room underneath. Okay, so Zito, this is the one that had a Goldman upgrade, I think. ZTO, not that it's helped at all, but the market, it's just following the market. Come on. Wow, look underneath now, guys. Wow, Zito, 2564. I mean, there is a ton of room underneath for a ZTO. China stock, KWEB was weak when we looked. I know this had an upgrade from Goldman with a target of what? Not that it's helping right now. Target $42 target from 37. Not that it's helping today. CNTG not over. Look at that. Got it right back up at 1029 anyway. CNTG. I mean, you would have thought maybe this was over, got all the way back down to $1, a little over $1. And now it's just exploding here again. Certainly not trading with the market. I mean, again, these little ones typically don't care what the market's doing, which is what I always look for. I don't like to take trades and trade with the market. I like to find those alpha stocks that are kind of trading on their own, not caring within reason what the market is doing or its sector is doing. BXRX ugly. Wow, just ugly, ugly, ugly. Look at the choppiness. Did we figure out that there was any news in this CNTG? I just can't see any news on the CNTG. So the cheap one just showing up here, CYTH showing up or showed up at 1019. See what it did from there. Nothing. Okay. Morph guys, MORF. Boy, it really, really gives up 50. It's got a long way to go underneath. What is the spread like on that one, MORF? Yeah, not ideal. 49, 49.16, 49.54, 49.16, 49.41. So it's a bit of a spready one, which is makes sense with that float, 29 million in the float. All right, guys, 10:33. So boy, the CNTG, this it surprised me, I have to admit, after that big pullback almost to $1 for it to just surge higher again. That really surprised me. All right, guys, just a quick look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription using a 15%, 15% promo code off the first month only or the entire year. There's the code Barry15. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll just show you, give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is a 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less than 15%. But take out a monthly to start. Do not take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always try us out. 118 on the monthly, less than 15%, 228, less than 15%. The difference is, what I'm calling now, is our watch list, our daily watch list, okay? And how you trade it will be up to you. 10B is interesting, definitely an interesting look here, guys. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, goes over the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Now, Trading 101, this is, if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Now, Michael normally, well, I'm jumping ahead here. Let me do this. I do a daily stock of the day. Okay, so you can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week, which I think got stopped out this week. Trade of the week, though, is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think it got stopped out. I think it was IonQ. Let's take a look at IonQ. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't trade it later, but it definitely got hit hard yesterday. Yeah, so it got stopped out yesterday. It all work. Education right here. So we have a great user guide. Click on that user guide. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is. There's that getting started again. A top list window is, and about stock racing. If you click on the stock races, this will give you a great overview about what the stock racing is all about. There is a race that I display. I have 4 videos, and the race startup is clickable, the configuration all clickable. So I would absolutely take a look at that. The other thing I would look at is also price alerts, okay? How to put a price alert on a chart. It's really simple. I really think, it's something that if you're not using price alerts, I think you're not using the program to its fullest. Here's it getting started. So daily support sessions. So today is Tuesday. Now, typically that would be Michael Noss, but he is traveling to New York. I guess there's the big CMT conference this week. So he's in the air as we speak. So I'm not sure who's taking over for him today. It might be Chris again, but I'll verify that. So because I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and again, one of the other traders does take over for me in our YouTube room. So before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in, and I'll find out who is going to take over for Michael today. And here are my scans. So again, if you click on my link and you're looking for my scans, excuse me, you have to scroll down. And here are my scans that I'm sharing. So what I use in the pre-market actives up and down. This is the race that I'm displaying, the large cap gainers, but I do have another race that I'm sharing. My favorite scans, my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. The momentum scan is essentially this. I made some changes to it. I think I increased the relative volume and maybe had to be up at least 4% instead of 2%. Getting too many alerts, so I think I increased it from what you're seeing here. That'll be up to you, of course. There is the halts resumes right here. So people ask, do I share my layout? Well, I don't really share the layout. What I do is you can pick and choose what you want. Okay, but everything you see here, other than the charts, I mean, you have to, there's no point in my sharing my charts. You may not want these time frames, but everything you see here is available. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you would use my homepage link. And when you do that, then you click here, use my promo code, okay? And if you save my homepage, then you can, of course, look at my scans and that education anytime you want. Well, alerts are, if I can understand your question right, Alex, can you set alerts of condition? No. If I can understand your question right. Alerts are what we call ORs. So for instance, now I rarely use, oh, okay, sorry, my dog is full of exuberance in the morning. Wow, look at the CNTG. So I rarely use more than, in fact, I can't think of one scan. Maybe in my pre-market scan, but I rarely use more than one alert in a scan. So in this particular case, there's the new high. Okay. Now I could have new 5-minute high, a 30-minute high. Okay. These are all real-time alerts. So these are ORs. So for instance, so these are the filters. These are ANDs. So in other words, in this particular scan, the price has to be between $1 and $50 and the current volume of 4 and. So all these conditions have to be met. If they're met, if the stock makes a new intraday high, I get an alert. But I could also have another alert. I could say maybe a new 5-minute high. So these would be ORs. So if all these conditions are met, and if the stock makes a new high for the day, or a new 5-minute high, if I had that as a real-time alert, or another one. But notice I rarely have more than, I usually only have one alert in a scan. So I think that hopefully that answers your question, Alex. All right, Dash. Finally, a little bit of a move here. A little bit of a move. Okay, CXAI, really big area, of course, is at 10. CXAI, big area at 10. It got up, it did pop through it briefly, 1025. Well, here's another one that's just getting hit here. Oh, this is a trust. Okay. Another China play, Billy, BILI, just underneath, well, underneath 20, Billy. So the China stocks are getting really hit here, guys. NB, and I mean, this has just got that look, saying the VWAP, it was underneath the VWAP. The VWAP was 35.67, so just underneath that VWAP and starting to drift down. Earnings play. When you look left, the next low is 35. So I mean, that might stall it. If it can get through that, then the next low is 34. Boy, oh boy, CNTG. Now I didn't even realize this. At 10:40, this hit the 10-day daily breakout, but it's so extended. And now, why did it take so long? The reason some filter was not met. Take a look at the filters I've got here, but there'd be some filter that was not met. No, I can tell you exactly what it is. By the way, you guys can really help our support. We get questions all the time. How come this didn't show up? Why didn't this show up? Most of the time, you just have to look at how you've set it up. Okay, check your filters. So I can tell exactly why it didn't show up. My price is between 2 and 35. So that's why it wasn't showing up until I hit 2. Ah, oh, Dash again, flat. Boy, just having a. All right. Dash should not continue down. Not yet, anyway. Seems like it's following the market a little too much. That little green bar, and then Dash. Little green bar here with the market. So even though I couldn't short FRC, even though the market is weak, these 10-day daily breakdowns are not, for me anyway, and these ones are not really acting in a way that you would think with the market being weak. Prison stock, okay, CXW, the big prison stock. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So CXW, what's the boy? Almost a life, getting closer and closer to a lifetime low. So there's the other. So there's Geo, guys. So that might explain why CXW is moving down. Geo is a well, yeah, it's an earnings play today. Geo is an earnings play today. Another what we call the prison stocks. A lot of real estate with the prisons are, I guess. So this still has a little bit of room on the weekly chart, but that is what's causing CXW, which doesn't have earnings today. Probably has it soon though, May the 3rd, so next week. All right, guys, morph underneath that 50, of course, now underneath 49 now, or at 49 now. MORF. Or that CXAI is hovering around 10. The next high looking left is around 11, 1095. It did get up. It did get up to 1025. Just be careful again. That float, 180, 1.8 million in the float, extremely low. All right, guys, keep an eye on the Viri again. Approaching the, I think it's approaching the 200, the VWAP again, 121. So it had the big pullback, actually right to about $1. And see if it catches a bit of a bid now, but I would wait for a VWAP break, 121. CXAI, guys, over 10. Over 10, guys, like over 10, approaching now that 1095. Takes that out. The next high is 1245. And look at the volume, 20 million, 1.8 million in the float. So this is trading the float multiple times today. Morphing down, MORF, morphing its way down. That doesn't make sense, I know, but or that VIRI is getting closer and closer to the VWAP. Like a lot of times these ones, they'll have the big move early in the day and then they'll kind of rest. And sometimes later on in the afternoon, I mean, I know we're not afternoon now, but in the afternoon, they catch a bid again and they start to move again. Not saying that's going to happen, but the ETG halted on the way down. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some thumbnail charts to see if anything, I mean, that CXI, I mean, it's just sort of trading really completely on its own right now. I mean, it's just no news. It's just sort of following the AI news that hit this morning. And speaking of AI, barely positive now, barely positive. I mean, this is a tough trader. A lot of firms came in yesterday, I think, and really downgraded this AI. I think RRC is an earnings play, isn't it, real? RRC is an earnings play. It is an earnings play, yes. So popped, I mean, it's strange. I mean, it popped in the pre-market way up here, 27.70, and then just gave it up. How about IDAI? Is it moving at all? A little bit. Very choppy. Wow, that's an ugly looking 15-minute chart. Topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. All right, so this resumed. CNTG resumed. Didn't have a huge drop. When I say that, it was halted at 190, so it's not like it cratered down to. In fact, it's starting to move again on the way up. Boy, this is really been halted how many times now? Probably about five or six times. Nine times. Wow. Okay. And what was the high here? 252. So this. Dash. You're doing it to me again. Keeps getting rejected at the VWAP. 58.92. I mean, maybe that's something, but no, I was short Dash and I traded out of it basically flat. Boy, look at the CXI, guys. I mean, if it any sort of a move through this 11, I mean, there's the next high is 1250. I know, yeah, it's twice reject. That's you must have had me on mute. That's exactly what I said. It was rejected at the VWAP a couple of times. Okay. Boy, this CXI, guys, CXAI, if it takes out 11 with any with some volume. Oh, really? I did not know that, Pete. The AVWAP the auto anchored VWAP. Um, okay, let me go off. Come back to CXAI. Sorry, guys, my charts are just so darn slow. Now I'm going to go CXAI again. I don't see that. Not in mine anyway, Pete. But now I'm on a development build. It's hard for me to believe, though, that your build would have it. But hey, anything is possible. So I'm not seeing that it is that it's saved. Let me just ask the question. And I'm on that. Let me just take a look. Sorry, help and about. Remember what version I'm on. Yeah, I should be on the same version. I don't see that it's saved, but I'm on a development version, but I do not see that it is saved. I mean, they're striving for that, of course, but I don't see that I don't see that it is saved. You know, it's funny because I was looking when I was looking at Dash earlier. I kept seeing McDonald's. Yeah, McDonald's exec says the growth of delivery business has certainly slowed. That was yeah. I kept seeing that headline. The reason I liked it, of course, is because it took out the 200-day moving average, had some room underneath. It still may work, but it just for me it was just too choppy. Whoa, this one, guys, GH is an all-time low. Basically, yeah, it's an all-time low just underneath the whole number. GH, that is a big yikes. I mean, look at this, 22 underneath the whole number. It's basically an all-time low. And it is yeah, shortable about 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. I haven't seen this one for a while. Now that has AI in its name, POAI. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Predictive oncology. So I'm sure they're trying to take advantage. POAI, AI play. And they've done a reverse split. They did it yesterday. Another 20-to-1 reverse split. So that float is not right. Again, don't blame trade ideas. These float numbers and short float percents They get updated twice a month. So divide that 20 into 71, and that'll give you your true float, let's say 3.5 million. If I got that in here, part of our, I'll add that to the list. We are trying to create an AI channel or chat GPT, whatever you want to call it, a channel that is devoted just to those stocks. Well, let's take a look left on the POAI. The next high looking left is 470. So it's obvious got the room, and it's just an AI type play. I don't think there's any news on it. You know, traders are looking for another AI type play, and they piled into this one. Okay, CNTG, did it maintain two? Not exactly, but again, this could be one of those ones later on. I'm going to stick an alert around 212. One of those ones later on in the day that could get going again. On the weekly chart, what did it get up to? Got up to 252. Let's take a look left, and where are they? 248, 278. So I mean, there's still a little bit of room for this one to run if it wants to. Yeah, you're right. Somebody mentioned the LJMK is coming back also. Another one that did a 1 for 20 reverse split that it was effective yesterday. So again, that float is really about 1 million. And unfortunately, these things don't get reported. They don't get changed only twice a month. It's nothing to do with us. Okay, guys, CXAI over 11 again. Over 11 again. Well, it was. I'm still interested in this GH, guys. I mean, the longer it holds underneath 22, it's basically an all-time low. Um, no, let's see, earnings a couple of weeks from now. Really, there's nothing holding it up. Not a ton of volume. Big float, pretty big float, 97 million. I mean, there's some news today, but it's not, it certainly hasn't helped it. Donut, DNUT, donut, Krispy Kreme. What's the high? It's too close. Yeah, too much resistance around this area, in my opinion. Got to keep an eye on this CXAI if it really takes out 11. Yeah, I'm not getting a confirmation, Pete, that the anchored VWAP is remaining. Okay, I think it. I don't know what to say other than I've asked the other traders and they're saying no. Okay, so Viri, is waiting to see if it would take VWAP, and it did not. Actually, I should have put an alert here. And that's how you use the alerts, okay, guys? You don't have to stare at a chart, keep staring at a chart all day. Just put a price alert somewhere that you think might be interesting, and then just wander away. This is ugly now. This POAI, very ugly. It's very choppy I mean, it's just an AI play. There's no reason for it. Traders trying to look at another AI play. Oh, I see. Okay, but if you got to save it to the cloud, okay, Pete, now I understand. But most people aren't saving their charts to the cloud. That's, but I see what you're saying. So you're saying if you put an anchored VWAP here, then I save this to the cloud, bring it back, the anchor remains? Okay. But most people will not do that, but okay. Sort of a mini workaround, I suppose. All right, let's take a look at these races and see anything. This Xerox, I think it could be sneaky. Ah, look at this now, though. Breaking down through the VWAP, 1530. Breaking down through the VWAP for Xerox. This could be it for Xerox, guys. And a nice move. It's an earnings play. Nice move, but this could be it. And that blue line there, that's Steve's 10 SMA. He loves the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Ah, Morph. It's on the wrong side, guys. I had only trade that really worked today was the Viri. The others, I mean, the HLX, I mean, flat. I mean, HLX was flat, Dash was flat, Morph was flat. Now Morph is working the way I wanted it to. All right, this is an earnings play, guys. Lifetime. I did see this in the pre-market. I didn't have a lot of volume, I think, but Lifetime LTH. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 19. It's got some room. 1974. LTH. Sorry, LTH. It has some room. Again, 1973. 1974 is the next high looking left on the weekly. What did it get you in the pre-market? So look what it did. It got up to that level in the pre-market, 1977. That's kind of where it stalled. Spread's okay, 1915, 1917. And I think actually it's also an AI alert. Not an AI alert. It is our daily watch list alert. So my focus right now is just to see if this CXI can really break through 11 and go on another run. That's sort of the wild one I'm looking at. Meanwhile, the market, what is the market doing? So NAS is down. So everything is down. There's no disconnect whatsoever. You can't access the trade ideas window. No layouts are popping up. Anyone else have this issue? Probably not, Ray, but let's see if I can help you. So do you have the toolbar up in do you have the toolbar where it says file, new tools, windows, etc.? Okay. Is the ball green or is it red or orange? Can you see the ball I'm pointing at? Which if it's green, that means you are live. Ah, that's the reason. Okay, so are you new to Trade Ideas? Ah, okay. So probably this is what I can't help you, but I can get you to a website or I can get you to our homepage and somebody will help you. They'll look at your account. It's possible you haven't filled in the exchange agreements correctly, something like that. Okay. So here is the homepage. And when you click on the link, the TI homepage, click on the link, and you'll get a little questions and answers pop up. Okay, click on the questions and answers, and then ask. And then give them your email. Okay, give them your email, and then they can take a look at your account and find out why. Typically, it's because you have not filled in the exchange agreements correctly. Okay, you may have missed that. Okay. It'll be a simple fix if you know, it really will be. I mean, all I have to do is show you where you're supposed to, if that is the issue. It could be something else, but that's typically the issue for somebody who's new. Okay, guys, let's see what happened here. CNTG. Well, it's interesting. I mean, the longer it holds over 12, 2, I mean, it's got the room, obviously 250. Now there's the dash without me. Let's see if the CNTG can really hold 2 well and then move from there. Again, very risky, you know, very low float. Oh, this is not the one that did the reverse split though. Okay, so this is, I'm just really watching this, guys, to see how well it holds I'm sorry, 2, CNTG. Get some volume coming in maybe. It doesn't matter who your broker is by the dip. You know, you can use any broker with trade ideas. You know, this window here, you can actually trade from within trade ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, but you can use any broker with trade ideas. We're a scanner, you know, that's what we do. We scan. So again, you can use any broker. We're not broker dependent at all. Question about the races. Mine sometimes look like yours where the symbols are so big they don't all fit. I'm not sure what you mean exactly. At the beginning, when you start a race at the very beginning, sometimes at the beginning of the day, you see them giant. But other than that, this is what it looks like. I don't know what what you're seeing exactly. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You just hear me refer to Interactive Brokers because that's my broker. So I will say things like, well, I can't short this. There are no shares available at my broker, Interactive Brokers. That doesn't mean, you know, somebody else's broker, somebody else's who has another broker, they may have shorts available. I'm only talking about my broker. Don't know how to answer that, crazy kangaroo. Sometimes, I mean, there are only five, maybe there are only five stocks that actually meet the requirements. Okay. And right now, these are the only stock that meet the filter requirements. So I guess in theory, if I only had three stocks in the race out of the stocks that met the filter requirements, it would look giant, I suppose. Does that make sense? So sometimes, I mean, if there are 10 stocks that meet the filter requirements, I have 10 stocks in a race. But if I open this top list, you can see right off the bat, these are the only stocks that meet the filter requirements. Normally this is full, but on a day like today, it's not. Now that's if you've got my large cap gainers from the open race, yeah, I can see why the symbols will look giant. Okay. But normally, I mean, yesterday, this list was full. Ah, man, I'm ticked at Morph. This is exactly what I wanted it to do when I was in it, but it just didn't do it. And I had to obey my stop. But now this is delicious. All right, CXAI on that pullback to about what 1020 or 1030 or something. Now it's starting to lift a little bit here, guys. Keep an eye on a big 11 break for CXAI. CXAI. Is it possible that CNTG is some kind of an AI play? I mean, I don't know. Let's take a look at the sector they're in. Medical laboratories. Yeah, probably not, but maybe they say we're using AI to discover. No, okay. Good volume still coming in. Good volume for the CNTG. It's holding well, holding too well. Yeah, I know it's a biotech, but sometimes like Acon, as an example, Acon actually says they use AI to do whatever they do. Okay, even though it is a surgical medical instrument manufacturing, it's in that field, and that's what popped it yesterday. All right, so this gave up too, so I'm not interested anymore. In fact, that almost got halted. If you have IV, there was a little telltale blue dot that usually signifies it might get halted. But it didn't. Look at Morph. Okay, I have to I have to get rid of that thumbnail. It's going to drive me crazy to see it sink exactly. It's $5 now, well, $4. Oh, are you kidding me? It came right back up. I'd be a little wary of it though, because that was a pretty big pullback. But anyway, there on a percentage basis, I mean, it got right back down to 190 from 215. So, but maybe now. What's the high up here? 253. Maybe that'll be a mini magnet. All right, guys. Let's see. 11:43. I think it'll be Chris. I just want to verify it'll be Chris. And I'm talking about in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Yeah, just be careful on this one, guys. I mean, this is it's playing with our emotions here, CNTG. Well, it'd be a better call if I were in it. So what did it do? Yeah, GH, yeah, it was an all-time low. I'm not in it though. I point out a lot of things. I don't take everything, of course, but yeah, all-time low now, GH. All right, guys, I'm going to give this shot one more time just to keep watching the CNTG just in case it takes out two again. I've not ever been in it. I've just been kind of figuring out a way to get in it. I almost took it when it popped up over that two again. Oh, I'm sure by the tip. I'm sure people have tried to study it. You know what popped, guys? Actually, stopped moving down was 10B, TENB. TENB stopped moving down. Yeah, so now this is actually this is interesting. 3703, 3930 is the high in the pre-market, is trying to recover somewhat. It's an earnings play, trying to recover somewhat. Well, I don't trust the clear support of stocks that are such low float. Okay. I'm more interested in taking a look at it. I mean, not just me, of course. Look at 10B guys. 10B trying to run a little bit here off that 37 mark. Again, the high in the pre-market, 39.38. So there is some room. All right. Well, the trend is up. That's all you can say. The trend is up on CNTG. If I do a little trend line here on the 15-minute chart, it is up. But let's see. Yay. Okay, I'm going to, I think it is Chris. I'm just going to verify it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. You didn't complete the question, Frank, I don't think. I have a question. How can I set up a scanner with the same parameters? Are you talking about mine or again, I'm sharing all my scans, so you can have, you go to my homepage and well, okay, are you really saying this? You want to buy when it's at the bottom and sell when it's at the top? I mean, I'll look at Snap, but I mean, there's no guarantee any, you cannot. So you're looking at Snap. I mean, there's no guarantee though. I mean, you think this is the bottom, and so you're going to buy it, and you know it's going to do this. There's no guarantee. I mean, I wish I could tell you, but I mean, there's no guarantee that okay, I want to buy something at the bottom and sell it at the top. Mara, I'll look at Mara also. I mean, Snap is awful looking. I mean, look how many topping tails and bottoming tails. This is sort of out of control in my opinion. But I'll look at Mara also. Oops. I don't even know what you're seeing here, trying to buy at the bottom and sell at the top. I mean, nothing that I can see that I could create a scan that is going to show you that here's the bottom and then here's the top. Nothing. Not for me anyway. Now Chris will be in the room in about, I think it's Chris. Let me just give me a moment. I think it's going to be Chris. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to accomplish, Frank, but well, a weekly scanner price. I mean, we do have position in, say, 5-day range. So if you're looking for something at the low of the 5-day range, you could put, something that's maybe maximum 10% above or 5% above. It doesn't mean it's going to bounce. Yeah, for me on the CNTG, because I'm a momentum player, I'm waiting to see if it can take out this, this area up here, this 210 with some volume, and then maybe take a run at the high. That's all. It'd be a quick trade more than likely if it did it. Yeah. Okay. So it is Chris. Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes, maybe even less. 11:54. So what I'm going to do is just put. I'll give you the YouTube link. You guys want to head over. Again, I know normally it is Michael Noss, but he is traveling to New York right now for a CMT conference. So he and Chris will be there in the conference also, but he's not traveling. He lives in New York. So here is the YouTube link. Hey, I'll be on a break. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Chris usually shows up a little bit early. So I'll put myself on mute now, guys. So I'll put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Chris. It is 11:55 right now. So he'll probably be in our YouTube room in a couple of minutes. In fact, there he is.
Here I am.
Ooh, what a day. What a day.
Tell me about
I have no dreams for you today.
I'd
Which
be
is probably
a
a
little
good
worried
thing.
I'd be a little worried I'm occupying too much of your mind. That had been 2 nights in a row.
Exactly. So you're getting all revved up for the now. I don't want to get personal with you, but I mean, are you you're revved up a little bit for the conference, so you can be able to attend?
Yeah, I should be able to make it. With some of the other stuff I've got juggling around here.
Okay.
I just, I was supposed to. I got an invite to Brian's book event tonight, but I just couldn't make it happen with some of the stuff that I'm trying to take care of here. So,
Okay.
very sad to miss it. Once in a lifetime opportunity, but everybody misses a few of those, and this will have to be one for me, unfortunately.
So when does it actually start? Is it starting today?
No, the
tomorrow?
CMT, the symposium starts tomorrow.
Okay.
I think the registration starts at 5. Registration and networking hour starts at 5. Opening remarks at 6, and then we hang till like 8 or something like that at the venue. For those that are familiar with the city itself, it's like a block and a half away outside of the Lexington exit from Grand Central Station.
Oh, okay.
And then Thursday and Friday we start at 8 o'clock in the morning with the conference itself and different breakout groups and all that. And hopefully I learn a thing or two.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you will, Chris.
If nothing else, a humble brag, I'll get to enjoy a non-alcoholic beer on the New York Stock Exchange floor Thursday night.
And Thursday night is that a a design meeting,
Yep.
or you're just going to do it
Yep.
yourself?
No, at 4:45 we'll load up on buses, whoever wants to go,
Oh, cool.
and we'll head to the exchange, and we have networking and cocktail, whatever you want to call it. It's not an hour.
Maybe
It's
they'll
an
let you
hour.
ring the bell.
I sure hope so. I mean, I could use a little good luck. Ooh, watching this PTPI here. Oh, if it can take out that
Yeah, let's
580.
see. I came out of nowhere this morning. Oh, yeah. Boy, it's choppy though, isn't it? On the
Yeah, it's super
15-minute
choppy.
chart.
I've been in and out of it a couple of times on the right
Yeah.
side of it. Fortunately, I'd hate to hand anything back, of course.
I keep watching on this CNTG to see if it gets over 2 again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that because I've got a 2 threshold on what I'm looking at.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it did get over 2. It got up to 250. So but right now it's just underneath 2.
So yeah, a
CNTG.
lot of action today again. A
Yeah.
lot of action again today. Well,
Okay, my friend.
I was going to say I won't keep you any longer.
Okay.
I'll let you get to it, and you enjoy your stationary bike ride. And
Yeah. Actually, today is a real bike ride, so no working up now. Today, finally, some half decent weather. Okay,
excellent.
thanks.
I'll see you
in about
shortly,
an hour.
Barry. Enjoy.
Okay, bye.
Oh, I forgot to swap my screen. Whoops. There we go. Now you got eyes on my screen. Perfect. All right, so you guys get a double dose of me this week, Monday, Tuesday combo. Michael is on his way down to me, actually, for the CMT symposium that goes on this week. So I was just alluding to it, Barry. So, very, very exciting. A lot of industry heads, people that I've, looked up to for a long time. And some people, I've taken some things from them and applied to some of my trading. Others just like to listen to the experiences. I've always felt listening to other people's experiences in the same field can, definitely trigger something to help myself anyway. So anyways, with that said, as per usual, I don't have anything pre-done for this hour. So please, come with any questions you folks have. I'll do my best to answer those. If it seems like I passed over your question somehow, it happened to me yesterday I think it was Crazy Kangaroo. I passed over their question by accident. I just, throw it at me again or, hey, can you scroll up? You missed me. And, I get right to it. Of course, I'd never purposely ignore or miss anything on you folks. So I see a few things coming in here. Willow, how are you? Happy Tuesday. Hopefully all's well on your end. I just want to load up another scan. I'll put that lifetime range scan that I put up yesterday back in here just for us to have a little more trade ideas to look at. Talking candlesticks, is there a way to add TI strength symbols automatically into a top list? Kind of. You could do this. So you've got the TI. Here's the Market Explorer window, TI strength. You can drag, click, highlight, and go send to symbols list, and then throw it into your symbols list that you want to put it in here. And that's the that would be the only way to do that, my friend. Hopefully that will work for you. I apologize if not. No other way to do that. Yeah, no, I know. It's unfortunate that it doesn't have all the tech that the legacy software has. I know it's something that there's ambitions to be able to merge them a lot more, but I cannot comment on to whether that will ever actually happen. And if it does start to happen, how quickly it may or may not happen. It's, all well beyond my understanding of software. However, no, I agree with you. I do very much wish that that did give some audible alerts. So yeah, I'll take a look. Give me 1 second, Peter, because I'm really watching this PTPI. I might take a third shot at it here today. No, I'm lying. I only traded this once. I actually traded CXAI twice. So just wanted to keep my eye on this here. It's really, really tempting me here, but I'd like to see it first off, I'd like to see that spread come in because it's got a 10, 11, 12 cent spread very often. And on a $5 stock, that's not gonna fly for me. My thing with this too right now with PTPI is, looking at the 5-minute chart, we could see some volume certainly come into it a little bit here after that declining volume. On the 15-minute chart, we could see a little uptick in it, not quite as much. I'm highlighting, these areas down here. Obviously, we're not going to see what we saw in the open. It's, fairly typical. But this has got me looking hard. Spreads tightened up now to about 4 cents. I don't know. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna avert my eyes away for a moment. If it goes without me, it goes without me. Oof, never mind. Here it is. Pushing right up on it. 3 cent spread for anybody that's watching on PTPI. Just kind of sitting there. It's back a captured VWAP again. And you've got the 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart looking to cross the VWAP. You've got it also looking to approach the VWAP here on a 15-minute chart. Just can't really get this level. My concern is that it busts that level and then busts through and doesn't give me a shot to get in there. I know probably if Michael was listening right now, I'd say, well, just put a limit buy order at, 75 or 80 or wherever I think I want my entry. But I'm just never traded like that. I'm not saying I never will, just not part of what I do. So, all right, let's take a look. That thing's collapsing now, so that's out. So Peter was asking about CXAI. Not too good at first thing, but turned around. Well, that's why, I always stress, running in after these things, especially in the first 30 minutes, can be really dangerous. Had you done that here in this first, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 on this 30-minute candle, yeah, you'd have been up here for a moment. And actually, truth be told, I did do something like that on this candle here. After this, 5-minute candle here closed the way it did, I did grab some here and I got out on the way back down here, actually. And I didn't sell that and I didn't buy this. But I did sell and buy this little piece in here. And then I did the same thing again here. I grabbed some in that range somewhere in there and then sold it out again in here somewhere when it couldn't, when it was struggling. But that's why, just don't rush them. That's all there is to it. Don't rush them. There will always be another. What won't be here is the people that rush and, if you buy this and let's say you had, a VWAP as your stop and it hit the VWAP and you got stopped out only to watch this come back instead of, waiting and letting it set up and come to you. And it's hard. I get it. I have committed a many sin rushing into trades. I still do it on occasion where I give my desk a slight fist pound saying, why didn't I wait an extra 2 minutes and let the candle close? Actually saw someone put that on Twitter the other day. A lot of heartaches would be avoided if people just let the candle close. So yeah, Peter, definitely a big move in this today. I'd say there's several opportunities to be in and out of this very well to the long side. And again, the one thing I like to point out with these, I started pointing out I think it was last week, maybe it was the week before, is that you get a stock like this and people are like, gee, if I just got it here and I could just hold on to it. Realistically, again, you got it, let's say here, are you going to let it come all the way back down here after 10 or 15 minutes up in the profit like that? I mean, if that's the way your trading plan is and you have a successful trading plan, then by all means, that's absolutely what you should be doing. But, if you're like a lot of other day traders, myself included, I'm not letting something come back that's this volatile and this low of a float. I'm not letting it come back down to a break-even level with the potential to go negative on me. It's just not something I'm going to do. It's not realistic, and I think you'd find, I'd be comfortable with 95 out of 100 successful traders telling you that that's just not realistic unless of course you have a solid trading plan in place that allows you to do that. and is tested, trued, and works. So again, being realistic about these things, the odds of buying this anywhere in here and holding it to here and here, I don't know. I don't have the intestinal fortitude to let something with a less than 2 million float pull back to my entry when I'm in, when I'm up 30, 40, 50 cents. That's just absolute madness to me. Absolute madness. So anyways, that is that. So yeah, I mean, talk candlestick there. If nothing else, you can put that into the into an alert window, and you can have a basic alert window set up to alert you if they reach whatever you want it to be, with that alert window. It's taking it out, PTPI, but look, it took it out, and can it really get it? And that spread again it was just an 11-cent spread again. Now it's closed down to 5 cents again. So probably just going to sit this out for now. Very hard, very, very hard what we do. Very, very hard. I'm fighting with a lot of inner demons. And again, anybody with questions, please, please throw those at me here. Bring this price alerts window, some things that I was watching today. TGTX, big move early. No follow through, completely collapsed. Of course, now it starts to show this rebound here. And again, why going after things so early is so dangerous. I mean, just that simple, so dangerous. And also to show you just what this market is all about. This market, it just has no follow through to either side overall. Yes, there are stocks that will have some follow through, but probably 9 out of 10 or something like that. There's just no follow through for those whatsoever. LB RT, another example of this here, right? We get a nice move up yesterday in this, and then just a rug pull on it today, right? Closed strong, decent volume yesterday. Rug pull today, right? So, all right, let's see. Chris, just before the market opens, your scanning system can pick the stocks that are likely to go up, but 90% only keep going up if the Dow keeps going up just after the market opens. Isn't there some way to somewhat accurately predict Dow movements during the first 30 minutes? If there is some way to accurately predict the Dow movements in the first 30 minutes, please share it with me. Please share it with everybody. No, there's no way to predict anything in the market. Sorry, we can gain some insight from charts, volume. If we want to, if you're using pivot points or, moving average, we can gain some insights for if-then scenarios, but there's no way to predict what this is going to do. There's absolutely no way to predict any of this. We can predict that over 20 years, this will most likely be up. I think that's about as safe as a prediction as that we can make, that in 20 years from now, the price of the diamonds or the Dow will be higher than it is today. Outside of that, I'm sorry, there's just no way to predict. There are no crystal balls. We can certainly set up if-then scenarios where, if we claim this price level, then it's likely that this, this scenario happens to the upside. If we fail this price level, then it is likely that this scenario to the downside happens, but that's not predicting. That's again, setting up scenarios and probabilities. That's, statistics, versus just gambling. Do I have a range trading strategy? I don't have a range trading. I don't do ranges for trading. If something sets up in a range during the day, I'll watch for what I consider maybe a range break on it. Again, something like PTPI here. I was watching this here. And, I saw this established range that happened here between the VWAP and this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. And when this candle closed and then made a move off this here, I got in and got out really quickly on this 15-minute candle. So, but I wasn't scanning for a range break like that. This just happened to be brought to my attention in that regard. Well, Alex, I would suggest you write that book, and I think there's a lot of money to be made there for people that have systems that work well and are understandable for the average person. So if you've got something there, Alex, I mean, if I had something like that, I'd certainly be writing a book. I could say that, and there are people that have systems that aren't necessarily, predict, but they're very, they have very good statistics and probabilities through following those systems of being able to make money. A lot of those systems require a lot of patience and study and, reward over time, of course. But I would absolutely write a book if I had something like that without any question. There's nothing like having multiple income streams, a successful system that predicts for your trading, and then, a book that brings an income from it. There's nothing, there are no downside to two things. There's no downsides to. No downside to ever learning a second, third, fourth, fifth language, and there's no downside to multiple income streams. Now for Larry, we could do something. I mean, we don't have anything else. I don't think there's anything to, nobody's asking to like demonstrate anything necessarily right now. So Larry, I could point you in the direction if you're looking to create something for ranges. So, let's get an alert window going here, right? So let's bring over a configure, and first thing we could do is always just type range, right? See what we got. So we got these opening range breaks, of course. We got these different narrow range buy bars or sell bars, right? So we got to ask ourselves first, what are we looking to do here on range, right? Range also sometimes could mean a consolidation. So we have these consolidation alerts in here. We have some different consecutive candles, consolidation filters, and positions in consolidation that we can also work with here. Sorry, just watching that PTPI still. That spread just opened up to 14 cents. Well, also, Alex, there's a reward in the education part of it too. A big reason why I, do some of the things I do here with Trade Ideas is to pay it forward in the way that I was, educated through the system here, the webinars, live streams, the trading room, so on and so forth. I come from no finance background whatsoever. Everything I learned, quite a bit was here. Well over 50% was here with the Trade Ideas crew. Now, I don't know, are you looking in a range here to break out of that range, Larry, or are you just looking to try to trade the range? Because we could always go again, range. We got a lot of range filters in here, whether we want ATR, today's range, 2-minute range, 15-minute range, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go with you're trying to find things in a range, right? I'm not sure, we got to ask ourselves, what kind of time frame are we looking at here? We'll have to work with what's in the system, of course. I don't know if this is an intraday range you're looking at or a multi-day range. You pop that out to me, and PTPI pushing right up against it. I feel like I should stop looking at it. This is why I feel like I should stop looking at it. That declining volume over the last few minutes, like it's running out of steam to get through this level here. Of course, if it explodes through it, we'll see this volume candle explode up as well. Again, hard telling, not knowing. During the day. All right, so why don't we establish ourselves a 120-minute range for now? Let's add that filter, and we want to find stocks that have a good range to them, right? So a minimum of, let's say, I don't know, let's throw a 3% range on the day, right? Let's start there, all right? I didn't add the value. Whoops. So let's start with the 3% range right there, all right? Let's give it a price range. I don't know. Let's go with $10 for a minimum here. Let's give it some kind of minimum amount of shares in there. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Big believer in the pay it forward. Paying it forward puts out a lot of positive energy out there, and I was always a big believer. Came from the movie The Fan, which isn't a movie of necessarily promoting a lot of positivity. If anybody knows The Fan with Wesley Snipes and Robert De Niro, but positive things happen to positive people. I always remember that from when I was in my teens. That always stuck with me. So let's throw a volume floor on this, because we're looking for things that have been in a range on the day, maybe after the first hour or two here. So we want to see a good amount of shares traded. I know good amount is a relative term to everybody, but I'm going to go with 550,000. And if I'm putting any values in here, Larry, redirect me. Say no, let's go with this instead of that, or that instead of this, or whatever. I'm open to swap this up while we're doing this. So all right, we're establishing a range. We've got some volume. We've got a price floor on here. Let's see. Let's get rid of that. Now we want to let's find an alert. And that is, my friends, why I did not rush that trade right there, right? Could you imagine if I just bought that at 575 and then watched that just whip right back through the VWAP? That would have been really, really unpleasant. All right, what's an alert that's going to make sense for us? Let's take a look at how do these work again? I can't remember. Bring over some definitions for us here and make sure we keep an eye. Notifies when stock price is trading up much faster than expected. Nah, that's not going to fly. It's the running up now. Let's see what's the running up, if that's a little different. Because I want to see, if we're trying to get off the bottom of the range, we want to know we want to get some kind of alert that it is moving off that bottom of that range, right? And vice versa, if it's moving off the top of the range, we need an alert. But, when you have stocks in a range like that, they might not necessarily have a big volume burst as compared to earlier in the day that would lead us into that. Yeah, they're too similar in that regard here. Sorry, I was reading that on another screen here. So, all right, the running up and the running up now, running down now, they're a little too similar. The middle ground between volume inversion, watching alerts. Yeah, still not quite what I'm looking for. Confirmed. All right, let's keep plugging away and looking through here. I don't feel like the channel breakdowns and consolidations. The cross above resistance, cross below support might work, because if we're in a range, it may establish that resistance or support inside that range, and a move off of that might be all right. So far, that I think is the winner. I am always a big fan of the 5-minute high, 5-minute low. Or, the 10 and 15 and 30s and 60s obviously can work too. It'll just kind of depend on time frames that we're looking at here, which would be most appropriate. Range break, I don't think is going to be right. We don't want Fibonacci. Regression isn't going to make any sense. We don't want moving average crosses or MACD crosses. Stochastic's not going to fly. None of these here will work. All right. I think let's try a few different things here. Let's go with these here. We're going to add that and that, the 5-minute highs and lows. for some testing. I still feel like we need another filter in here. We're just going to get a gajillion alerts. Position. So position in the 60-minute range. So we're going to make this one coming off the low. Let's add that filter. Can't be below the low of 60 minutes, but let's not have it above the high more than 25% on that 60 minutes. And that's going to coordinate with what we're trying to do here with that 120-minute range. And again, anybody with questions or comments or, anything, I can multitask on this. So if anybody has any other questions, please make sure you ask those away. And, we'll circle in and out, between multiple exercises here, getting people the answers that they're looking for, or at least attempting to. So I know I put those 2 alerts, but we're going to stick with actually 5-minute high on this and a crossed above resistance. We're going to use them both actually, because this is going to come off of the bottom of this 3% range. We'll call it off the bottom of 120 min range. Put a question mark there for fun. And there we go. And let's just look. There's our first alert on it. Let's look at what that looked like. So here's our range for right now. That came in probably on the bounce of this candle right here when it started to pull up. Obviously not doing anything, but it's off the bottom of that range still down here. So that's, that's that. Let's look at today's history. Good amount of alerts. Always good to have a good data set when we're first looking at a scan. Let's come here at 10 o'clock and after. So FCX. All right, so you've got this range that's established in here. Makes a bit of a move off of it, but not anything crazy. Same thing here. Let me see something. I want to see something if we do this. All right, let's take a look at this now this way. I think that might be a little better on that range. So here's Meta. We get the alert, trying to inside this range here. There's XP. All right, and remember, because we're looking at a wide variety in prices of stocks, I change it so it's at least a 5% range on the day so far, or a maximum of 5%. We're finding stuff that's in this here now. Let's do this. Change filter. Over the last 120 minutes, it's between So this might work a little better, this change filter. So I'm saying now, show me stocks where the price is up no more than 3% in the last 120 minutes. Show me stocks where the price is down no more than 3% in the last 120 minutes. That might work better for that part of the range. And then this range will establish stocks that have been moving today, that, you know, they have a solid range on top of being stuck in this range. If that makes sense. Yeah, I think I like that. I think I like what we're doing here. Oh, and there it goes. Right back up through it. See if we could burst through. Couldn't do it. Not yet. An awful lot of stocks. Trick with this all right now is that, you know, we get these alerts because I'm trying to find stuff that's near the bottom of the range but might pull up, and we can see they continue to fall before making that move up here. HPE, same kind of idea here. You know, finding it towards the bottom of this range. This one bounced, doesn't exactly have a ton of movement here. Corning, right? GLW. I haven't seen this stock in a long time. So, you know, finding it down here towards the bottom of this range. Makes a move up, but doesn't hold it. Come back and look at this real quick. What I'm trying to do now is, you know, we're finding stuff at the bottom of the range. Some of it's collapsing after the bottom of the range. Some of it's moving up after the bottom of the range. Maybe we add something in here to say the stock's got to be up over the last couple of minutes here and see if that helps. And, you know, hopefully what we're doing here at least starts to spark some things for you. And then I'll share this cloud link. And, you know, you can take it from there. Obviously, you just use it as is, or, you know, begin to refine it a bit more yourself. History today. You know, and you may find that you don't care for the 5-minute high alert. Maybe you want the 10-minute high alert. Might be a little better. I start to think maybe that would be a little better. Still an awful lot of alerts. You would think with putting so many filters in, it would cut down some of these alerts. You know, and also let's keep this in mind today. The market's weak. So finding things that are trading in a range and moving up, really not going to be likely, right? We've got to deal with this here. And the fact that whether we like it or not, most stocks are going to follow this chart right here today. You know, here's the XLE following suit. Yeah, that was back when like all the Patrick, like all the new TVs were coming out, right, with the plasma screens and stuff like that. I think that was that time period. Sorry, I had this symbol linked to the wrong chart, or the wrong charts. Now let's try that again. IEMG. So again, we get the alert, but it still continues to fall after that alert. Same thing here. AMD. Unfortunately, I think that's what we're going to see a lot of this today on a day where the market's just really weak. You know, the ones that pop are short-lived. Here's Meta. Get a nice move actually on Meta here. Get a dollar. Get just over $1 move off of Meta on that there. Visa. 239. So this really catches it towards the top here, unfortunately. Wonder if we change this here. Let's go with 20 to 40. Try to not catch it too close to the bottom. I don't know if that really helps a lot. All right, not bad on Coke there. Google. All right, not too shabby on Google. That's a little better because now we're finding things that are not too weak, not too close to the low of the day, because this is the kind of day where anything close to low of day, unfortunately, is breaking past low of day over and over again. And makes a 30-cent move off that alert there. Not really great on a $500 stock. With Oracle. All right, CSX. A little bit of a move back up through there. Counter the market, that's for sure. This is Activision. Yeah. Okay, so this one not too shabby off of that. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and share that for you. And again, hopefully, this is something, I think you're going to want to take and refine, obviously. But hopefully, pointing out these filters here and the thought process behind them with the range, position range, and the change filters. Hopefully that gets you the juices flowing for you on building something out like this and refining it. There's a lot of alerts that are coming through here. And again, a lot of these alerts going to be at the mercy of the market. On a day where the market's maybe moving more sideways, you're probably going to see some more winners. Obviously, on a day where the market's moving up, you're going to see a lot more winners. And on a day where the market's just, it's weak today. That's all there is to it. Every time the buyers come in, the sellers come in and take them back down again. So, all right, there's that. And PTPI still couldn't do it. Still couldn't do it. And again, the big trick with something like that becomes, can we easily find stocks in a range? I think finding the stocks in the range, that's not the hard part. The hard part is you find them in a range, now find them at the bottom of the range, and then having them bounce. That's the real hard part. Microsoft, what's happening there? Is it ripping? Nope. To the wrong side, maybe. I just had to right back down to this level that I drew God knows when. That is some pretty solid weakness there in Microsoft. Maybe people are hedging bets for tonight's earnings to the side here. Or does it do this? One never really knows. But, I mean, you know, looking at this price action like that, and then that, I guess we'll call it a doji. And this shooting star that's happening right now, that is definitely some bullish, bearish price action. PTPI. And there's PTPI again. Oh, this could be it. The ask is over. It's 83.84 on the ask here. This could be it. I'm not going in. Not going to trade it. Or at least not at the moment, anyways. You know, I think 420 on the SPY, I think is the quote unquote big resistance level. You know, 410, it's its first cousin, I guess. There it is. Bang. And boom, gone. Let's see if it can push through that 6 level now. And again, the spread's just opening up really wide on this. I don't after eking out some wins today, I don't have it in me to risk money on this stock right now. I mean, and look at that, whipped right back down again. And that spread is absolutely horrendous for a $5 stock. So yeah, you know, bring up a SPY chart here. I mean, we can draw a line without a question at the 410 level. Right. But I think, you know, this is really it right here. You know, rejected off that 420 here and just underneath it here. So I think that's the big level. I think 420 and 400 are our levels right now. You know, above 420, you know, we're looking at 430. Below 400, we're looking back down here at 380, I think. And I think that 40 plus point range, I think that's it right there on the SPY right now. Right now, you know, 410 just seems to be the magnet. It keeps getting drawn to, you know, drawn up into 410, rejected off 420, back down to 410, you know, held it, gave it back up, came back right up into it, and just kind of floundering now. I mean, it's bouncing back and forth so fast, Peter. You know, I've seen it open up to 15 cents. I've seen it at 10 cents. I've seen it at 1 cent. You know, right now it's at 7 cents. Now it's at 6 cents. I mean, the spread is just bouncing all over, and it makes it difficult to get in and out at the price that you want, or the price that I want, I should say. And I'm just not going to fall victim to it. And if it goes without me for now, so be it. But I mean, look at the price action on look at these candles. I mean, just not an easy trader. It's an extremely difficult trader. And so for those reasons, I'm going to, for now, sit it out. And this 5-minute candle here, it opened at 5.58 and traded all the way up to $6.
TCI.
And back up to an 8-cent spread, back down to a 1-cent spread. So we could play that game all day long. Oh, let's see what else is happening here. I haven't looked at the scan in a while. So, all right, CXAI. Wow, this thing is just keeping on, right? And again, some good, it's definitely an opportunity, definitely a blown opportunity. I wish I was paying more attention to this. That was a nice opportunity on that break over 1175. That was a very nice opportunity. Whoops. Oh, well. So, and again, here's a really good one for rushing into things, right? Especially these wildly volatile low floats. This thing makes a huge move up. Imagine being the person that bought it there. And I have been that person. And then watch it come down here, and all you're doing is sitting there praying for the rest of the day. Please, get me anywhere near break even, right? So again, we're looking at 15, 30, 45, an hour into it, right? When it finally gives it up. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't an opportunity to make money to the long side there, but it was very short-lived and extremely difficult to have done. Blue, what happened here? Another one made a nice move up, countered the market. Actually, not too terrible for a $3 stock. Again, no big follow through on it though. FSR. Oh, this is actually very nice. I didn't notice this before. Great break off that 460 level. A much nicer looking chart than almost anything else we've looked at so far today. Come back down here and touch there. SOXS. Looks like the bears are back at it for the semiconductors. PCT, I think this made a good move and then kind of just floundered around. Yeah, so, pretty hefty move here on the open. Fading volume the rest of the day, kind of running sideways at this point. I got a price alert here in case it makes an assault on 6 again. You never know, right? Why not? Not a low float, 115 million and 116 million in the float. So how much of a percent? I mean, a 1% is a pullback. It starts to become, is it a pullback or is it the stock collapsing? That's individual to each person. I don't have a percent that I put on it. That's a pullback and a collapse. I mean, when I was looking at this here after this, I thought, all right, I guess we can call it a pullback to 5, but it seemed more like it was going to collapse to me, to be honest. And it didn't, that was, I kind of thought more collapse at that point. It didn't collapse though. So, I'd say, anything that's a sell-off is a pullback. At what point is it a deep pullback and at what point is it a collapse? I think that's, individual to each person. Well, anybody that decided to grab this on a, maybe a 570, 575 break, you're sitting okay. And the spread is tightened up here and looking to try to break 6 right here. Pushed right up against it. The ask is at 6. The bid's at 595. Those highs 597. There it goes. Bang, boom. Right up through and right back down through again. So again, real volatile, very difficult trader. Back here. We talked about that. ONB. Did I even look at you today? Did I set a price alert? Nope. Missed that. Decent move, but I don't know that I really would have looked at this, to be honest. I mean, seen something that's collapsed like this and it's got also overhead resistance above it. Earnings play though, so maybe I would have paid a little more heed to it had I been paying attention to the scan when it was coming through. Obviously, they had earnings in the pre-market and a positive reaction here, coming back down to earth there. So, you know, a few decent moves out of the scan today. Not too shabby. ALLO. Yeah, all right. Not too bad off this here. The issue with this is that, you know, a lot of the move came in the first 30 minutes. It makes it tough. I wonder if the stock is in a pullback up mode here. I don't know what they are. Biological, manufacturing. So very ugly daily chart here. I wouldn't. I guess I wouldn't put too much. The more I look at it, wouldn't put too much heat in this move here, as we've seen this play out before. Not to say it can't do this, but history is not on that stock side. Trailing stops that factor in price and volatility. I mean, you could do anything. You could use, ATR. You could use standard deviation. You could use beta. Any one of those. You can't use them in a broker. You know, you're stuck when it comes to your broker. You're stuck to the traditional trailing stops. But, you know, as far as a trading plan that you could execute for yourself, you could use any one of those as a trailing stop. Those would be the ones that I'd point to you for volatility and price. Yeah, beta, average true range, and standard deviation. I mean, those are actually 3 items that are talked about in level 1 CMT curriculum. I think they are specifically referred to for that type of thing as well. They're crazy. You know, how each person wants to implement those. There's no, this is how you do it. You know, first understanding how those 3 mechanisms work, or any one of them, because, you know, you wouldn't be coupling all 3 together. And then implementing and testing from there. So we're up above $6 now. And then we're back below $6. Boy, this is a whippy little stock. FREE. Yeah, not much liquidity to that. Slowly plugging away. But no. ATR. I mean, ATR is you know, you've got ATR in here. I think most charting. Where the heck is it? You know, you can put ATR in here. Beta, I don't think we've got anything for beta. Not for charting wise, anyways. Well, it would depend on the time frame. So, you know, ATR would relate more to a longer time frame. Beta, you know, would also indicate to a longer time frame. Standard deviation, you can adjust the standard deviations. I don't think we have any of those that you can put on the charts here. You know, you could use volatility. Nah, that wouldn't work. I was thinking maybe rate of change, but So, thank you, Alex. Intraday wise, I mean, for price and volatility, intraday wise, you're going to want to look at more intraday ranges or changes. And what are you looking at for volatility? Something like something like using an EMA or an SMA. Oh man, now I'm kicking myself a little bit, but that was just so tough with these big bottoming shadows here. Something like this, if it becomes too extended off of a moving average, and pulls back a certain percent, you're looking at the stock becoming more volatile, right? So there are different things like that. Well, with a trailing stop, you're always gonna have a quote unquote shorter leash, right? Because your stop is always moving up, and so a big whip down on that, and it violates, that's it. Versus if you were to just simply say, I'm going to move up, for every 20 cents the stock moves up, I'm going to move my stop up 5 cents, let's say, or something like that. And that, exactly what you're talking about is, that's exactly the right kind of thought process is having that trading plan. Some people are going to have it more hard and fast, which sounds like what you are trying to do, which I would certainly agree with. So, the volatility part of it, I wouldn't get caught up in volatility in that regard. I would say more look at how the moves that it's doing in that day. Again, this is a great example of this here. You've got, this 8 EMA here on a 15-minute chart, and I don't think it ever closed below it, right? No, it has not closed below that. And so just using this as a guiding hand has kept you in the trade. Here's the question now, though. You've been way up here. You're really letting it pull back down there again. These are the things that you got to realistically consider here. 5-minute chart going to look a lot different. This closed below that 5-8 EMA, quite a bit here.
Chris.
Yes, sir.
The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. One of my favorite movies of all time.
I mean, it's, got to be in maybe the top 10 of all time.
At least every time it comes out, I probably watch it once every 5 years, and it's just.
It's on the same way. It's one of those ones when I see it on, I'm like, I'll just watch a minute of it, and then next thing you know, it's the end of the movie.
Of course, it's 3 hours and 10 minutes long, but that's okay. That's why you record it, so you can go through the commercials. But so the good, Chris, the good for me, I finally capitalized on the CXAI. I heard you talking about it. I actually had an alert just over $11, and it wasn't a rocket ship right from 11, but man, then it finally took off. The bad for me, I tried to get into DoorDash a couple of times, and I just couldn't figure out a way to do it. The ugly is that I had a short of Morph, MORF, at $49. It's now at 39, and I got stopped out. I had too many shares. I actually had too many shares, and I got stopped out by maybe a dime. And then I stopped looking at it and now look at it. That's about a $10 move.
I mean, that's a buried $10 piece, not a buried buck.
That's exactly. Oh man, I kept saying to myself, get it off your thumbnail charts. Don't torment yourself. But I keep looking at it.
Yeah, I've had to do that with a few recently myself, where I let some profits get away from me, and I just I can't look at it because I'm gonna bash my head against the desk here.
Well, that's typically way outside the price range I like to trade. But
Yeah.
we saw it in the pre-market, and some of us were saying, what if this fades? The issue was that it had a pop from 50 to 53. It's
Mhm.
actually sort of an earnings play, but it had news, and so you
Oh,
never know
okay.
with these things.
I didn't
And it
realize
only
news. I
has
just saw
20.
the earnings here. Yeah.
Yeah, but it had news, and it's only got 29 million in the float, I think.
Hmm.
So that's why I had to be so careful. But man, oh man, looking at it now. But I did okay in the CXAI. That sort of made up for
I'd
the
say
tragedy.
I'd imagine so. I mean, that $11 break there.
Oh, well, I kept saying I'm waiting for 11. I'm waiting for 11. I had a price alert set for 11, and again, it wasn't a rocket ship right from the break of 11,
Yeah.
but it didn't move around that badly, and just had a feeling, that these AI plays are now getting some traction again. So
Nate, it's so funny. This morning I was thinking to myself, geez, is the AI fad already over that fast?
yeah,
I don't know, I was thinking of that early morning tea thoughts.
right.
and
Oh man.
and then I saw you put it in the chat earlier and thought to myself, all right, I guess maybe we're back on, and well, here we are back on. So
We're back on, yeah. Well, even IDAI, which was just horrible looking earlier on on
mhm.
the 15, but even it's horrible. I mean, it really look
Yeah,
at before it had the pop at 12:30. Look at up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. But even it, had a pop from 2 to 260 or whatever.
yeah,
But the star certainly today is CXAI.
yeah. What was the other
So
one? BBAI is another one, right?
BBAI is another one, and the
Yeah, they're
bullfrog,
just
the
running
BFRG.
flat. I think I just saw
BFRG, I
Bullfrog.
think
Yeah,
may
that's
have
on
had a little
my.
move.
That's coming through my races currently.
Okay. And then another one, of course, the other one was the GFAI.
Ah, right, GFAI. That was the other one. That's interesting. Challenging
Mhm.
that 6 level again.
Exactly.
It's traded 1.3 million shares, but the relative volume is obviously pretty mute as compared to what it was doing in the beginning of the month.
Hmm.
But all right,
But AI actually had some news. I mean, AI itself had
right,
some news, and but it's been beaten up, as you know. The Kerrisdale trashed them
yep,
a couple of weeks ago, and then some other brokers came in yesterday and saying we're trashing them. Or so they've got an uphill battle, but they did have some interesting news today.
yeah. I
So,
think that I think just having the ticker AI is going to be more of a lightning rod for them
oh
than
yeah,
anybody else. I mean, all the other
oh
ones
yeah.
have something AI. I just feel like
Hmm.
this is going to be the one that gets picked on the most, and well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. All right, my friend, it's 1 o'clock. I'm sure you want to get out of here, and I don't think there are any other questions, right?
I
That
think,
you haven't
yeah, I
answered.
think we're all right.
Okay.
And I guess I'll see you in about an hour from now.
You will. You will. Okay, Chris. Thanks a
All
lot.
right. Thank you, Barry. And thank you,
Pull
everyone.
up the
We will
screen.
catch
There we
you on
go.
the flip side. Take care, everyone. Adios.
Okay, let me get my music going again. All right, guys, give me one moment as I get rid of my announcement. Okay, so as I was saying to Chris in our YouTube room, I finally was able to take this CXAI. You guys heard me talking about it before I went on my break, and I was very interested an 11 break. So there's the 11 break. Okay, right about there. It wasn't a rocket ship right off the bat, but I've traded most of it out at 1250. Okay, most of it out at 1250 from about 1120. Have some left just in case it does the really crazy thing. Remember a couple of weeks ago it got up to 21. And yes, Real, thank you for pointing out again. I've got the stupid thing thumbnail, the morph. I was short that at 49, and I said to Chris, I probably had too many shares. What happened for me on the morph was if this hadn't happened earlier, come on, boy, my charting program. If this hadn't happened earlier, do I know it was the pre-market? No, right there. It got down to 50 and then it popped up to 53. If that hadn't happened, I may have, widened my stop a little bit, but I was just worried that, something like that could happen again at news, and it's an earnings play, though the earnings I don't think have anything to do with what it did today. And that's kind of what kind of freaked me out. And then I just lost sight of it. But happy enough to be in that CXAI. Yeah, unfortunately, all bad all day, all no shorts for me, Captain, for the FRC. Yeah, unless they've freed up. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So 151,000 now available. Right? Yeah, 151,000. So there's been a lot of short covering at IB anyway, because when I was watching it here, there were no shorts available for FRC. Yeah, so now this is a lifetime low, FRC, a lifetime low, FRC. Yeah, now if I were inclined to do this sort of thing, I mean, this could maybe be like a swing short. I'm just not inclined to do that, but why is it going to bounce, Oof, that's CNTG. I'm just looking at it now. Well, that's why I kept waiting to see if I could get over 210. See, for me, I know who asked, if it was a legal pimp, said, why not wait for a pullback? I find that these ones with the low floats, for me anyway, they are more prone to, when they start making new highs of the day on some volume, for me anyway, they're more prone to keep going for a while rather than trying to play them on a pullback. I find that trying to play them on a pullback, to me, it means that nobody's interested and it's pulling back and it could just, collapse. Not, in this particular case, that's what happened. So I'm more inclined on these cheap low floaters is to play them on a momentum break on the high. But that is just me. Well, I may have chuckled. Let's see, you're joining the main room now as opposed to being in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about being right. It's just a matter of what I'm comfortable with doing. It's not that pullbacks can't work even on these cheap ones. Of course they can, but I'm just not comfortable. I would say that, a huge part of trading, I mean, it sounds obvious, but you've got to be comfortable with what you're doing. You have to have a plan, a trading plan that meets your kind of the way you think. You've got to be comfortable as opposed to just jumping around. Well, maybe I'll try this. Maybe I'll try this. Maybe I'll try this. Maybe this strategy. Maybe that one. You've got to get comfortable with something, and you got to give it some time. I mean, get comfortable. Maybe take some. And I'm not talking to anybody in particular. Like, use our simulator. Take some trades with what you're getting comfortable with. See how it works. Now I see SFR just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. Now what is it doing? Yeah, so far, today it's funny, no big continuation in well, I guess the FRC, but at that point there were no shorts available. for me. Yeah, I mean, so obviously that would have been excellent, but there were no shorts available, so I just had to forget about it. Which is too bad because, but you know what? It would have been hanging there for a long time. I may have got bored. Well, so it's not specifically CNTG. Any low float that I'm trying to maybe play some kind of a. I just don't like playing pullbacks with low floats. My style is more. I mean, you've not you, but people in the room have heard me say, guys, watch this. And at 2:30, 3 o'clock, this takes out the high of the day. I'm not I'm not specifically looking at FRC, but some low floater that's been very active and all of a sudden it gets rolling again. And I find that, if these take out the high of the day, later in the day, 3 o'clock onwards, they can just keep running for a while, as long as they've got room looking left, of course. So it's not CNTG specifically. It's just the type of it's the I'm missing the word. I need the word. What it looks like, or the fact that it's a low float situation. Well, low float absolutely equals volatility, no question. Have to understand. If you understand I mean, the float is the available number of shares to trade. So the lower that number, that's the only reason. Look at CXAI. So look at the float, 1.87. There's only one reason this is up 90%. Okay. And higher. I think it was up 100% when it was up here. It's because of the float. And again, what is the float? That's the available number of shares that can be traded. So for me, anything under 20 million is low. But look how many shares is traded, 38 million. So you divide 1.87 into 38, that is the float turnover. So there's your high demand, low supply. So it's like any other commodity on earth. You have a low supply of something, but for whatever reason, a high demand, what's going to happen to the price? Price is going to go up. But with that, once the buying dries up, then you can get the huge downturn, and that's so you're not going to get the big volatility in an Apple. Okay, why? Because it's got 15 billion in the float. I mean, this is you just unless it has earnings and something dramatically happens, you're not going to see huge percentage moves in an Apple. Certainly, you're not going to see 100%. Yeah, right. Quality AI company with good fundamentals. Everybody wants to be a comedian. Oh, yeah. So the problem, yeah, maybe with shorting FRC and trying to hold it. I mean, I doubt very much it's going to, you know, do anything during market hours. But yeah, you run the risk of it being, I don't know. Well, I don't think it's, I mean, I don't know how much cash on hand they've got. I don't know if they're entirely similar to what happened with SIVB, but it's close. So you run the risk of being trapped in the short, and then you have to wait maybe a long time before you can actually cover. I mean, you still know you're going to make the money, but well, 112. So I think I'll do my video now. There is a marketing meeting. It is Tuesday. Yes, there's a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So I'll do my video now. Get that out of the way. Okay, guys, that was it now 1:13. So yeah, I'll be back at about 1:23. Okay, put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I saw you guys talking about CNTG. I mean, again, to me, I would not be touching it unless it at least took out the VWAP, and it, may not. Now, if you're going to play a bounce and you're looking for, I mean, that bounce from 160 up to here, obviously, but my crystal ball is not good enough to know it's going to go from 166 all the way back up to two. But there's the VWAP, 182, so it's a little bit above it. I'm sorry, I thought the VWAP was above two, but anyway, I just find this a tough one now. Halted on the way up? It was halted on the way up. Yes. KR, yeah, you're saying FRC got sued. Join, thousands of stocks get sued. all these all these lawyers come out of the woodwork, and it's just another one. Well, and that's it. For me, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to completely give it up, but I mean, yeah, the CNTG, but it would probably have to get to 220 before I would even touch it. Up to this level, right up, or yeah, right up there, 220. And then maybe it has a shot, but it would have to be, what time is it right now? 121? I mean, it could be 2:30, 3 o'clock, if anything happens. Just math by the dip. It's just math. It's not somebody just sitting there with saying, you know what, I think I'll halt this stop. It's just math. Yeah, now CNTG isn't it? It's halted on the way down now. Yeah, so I mean, the only reason I even see it is because we get these little alerts, so I click on it just to see what's happening. But otherwise, I would more than likely just forget about it. But famous last words. I mean, you just never know. You're testing my Spanish there, PJ. I think basura means like trash or garbage or something like that. Oh, my wife knows, of course. That's right. She says, take out the basura. No, she doesn't, but yeah, LTH actually, is an interesting one from the AI. I mean, it's got that has the room. I knew what the Eris, I knew, yeah, but I was struggling with what basura meant. I had to dive deep into the inner recesses of my mind to pull that one out. Yeah, well, it's okay. That's okay, but it is trash. Look at this LTH. I mean, you would have thought, the nice little break out of consolidation, little pop, just did not keep going. Not yet, anyway. But it has the room, right? When we looked at the weekly chart, yeah, 1974 is the next high, and this is from our daily watch list, as I'm going to call it now, our daily watch list. Where do we get our float numbers from? A company called FactSet, I think. And I know float numbers can be very different to go to one website from website to website. Very different. These low ones, these low floaters, when they've done reverse splits and all that, they can be very difficult to nail down. So if FRC just resumed after its halt, am I buying anything new right now? Not right now, no. I'm not in anything anymore. I'm completely out of the CXAI, so I'm not in anything right now. Well, I don't suggest anything as far as waiting, Peace Boy. You have to have your own trading plan. There's nothing to wait for. I'm just, I mean, I'm not waiting for something to happen before I buy or sell. So it's not like an FOMC day where, okay, it's getting close to 2 o'clock. Maybe don't take any trades until after, things like that. No, there's nothing. I am not waiting for anything. I'm just sort of taking a pause here. But I'm also a person that doesn't have to be in a trade all day long. Look at this one, Costa Mare. Yeah, maybe have some support, maybe a little too close on the weekly chart. All right, POAI. I guess it got halted when 12. So it was a 5-minute halt. So what happened on the way down? So yeah, these AI trades now, guys, or plays are kind of losing their luster. Is Target TGT? When do they have earnings? TGT Target. Oh, not till the middle of May. Okay. Basically a tell trader. I've got the momentum up. I made some changes to it. You don't have to. I think I upped the 'cause I was getting too many alerts. So I think I made some changes, but this race is available. My single stock window is available. The Halts resumes is available. So if you go to my homepage, you'll see something called Momo, and this is basically it. Though this is if you want to, you don't have to make the change, of course, but I think I put the current volume. I think I raised it from 3 to 4, and I also put this. I think I raised this up from 2 to 4%. The price up at least 4% from the previous close. I think I kept everything else the same, but you don't have to. But that has made it well. Of course, the market being down today has probably helped. Not as many in the momentum up anyway. But I was getting too many, so I thought, you know what, just relax or increase these filters a little bit so I don't get overloaded. These are the only stocks all day. A pile of them, of course, come in right off the bat, 9:30 to say 9:33. You get probably almost half of them. Then you get a smattering over the course of the day. But you see this is the don't repeat. So this is the first time the alert happened. So this is I'm not. I mean, you can do it yourself. This is not on my homepage. A lot of people don't care if they have a don't repeat. This is what you'll see, the repeating version. So again, if you want it, here's my homepage link. So clicking on my homepage link, and then you have to scroll down. Scroll down. Here are my scans. Of course, I've got other scans on some of my other monitors. Not all of these, but these are a bunch of scans, and I figure sometimes people I might even bring this one back, the basic new highs and lows. I'm not using the gap continuation or reverse right now. I may bring it back, but that means I'll get rid of my options scan. But I'm going to. These are two that I just added last week or a week and a half ago, I guess. The 20-day range high and low. I've taken on my own. I've taken a couple of these. These are just 20-day lows. But look at Target. Yeah, my goodness, this is not an earnings play, but look at Target. So anyway, yeah, here they are. And the race, that large cap race is there. But this is Momo, so that basically this, but I outlined that I made a couple of changes. You don't have to do the same thing though. Well, Luis, you can't know. I mean, I have no way of knowing ahead of time that something is ever going to have a comeback. You just have to, maybe look at things like VWAPs and if there's a moving average that you like, see if it goes into the VWAP and bounces off it. Goes into a moving average that you like and bounces off it. But I can't know ahead of time that, well, I think like this one, CNRG is going to have a bounce and it'll pop up as opposed to others. And you have no way of knowing. Yeah, I mean, I thought the Viri had a chance, but I think it's under $1 now, isn't it? But understand how I trade. I don't play pullbacks on these little ones. Okay, now this is just garbage. I would have been more interested in a very close to a high of the day break later on in the day and see if that because I think I know what traders look at, and if they see some little stock that has been active over the course of the day that is doing nothing for a while, then all of a sudden gets some momentum and takes out the high of the day. A lot of times that's going to attract traders to it for a while. But Target, holy smokes, yeah, I mean, well, this is interesting because Target doesn't normally get nailed, but with these lawsuits, it's usually so. I don't know what the basis. I mean, they're saying alleging that the company violated federal securities laws. I don't know what's going on with Target in that regard. But that is a major, again, 458 million in the float, for it to move, 3% is a big deal. Without any other news catalyst other than that. Well, we don't have targets in Canada, so I can't really comment on Target as far as a good or a bad store. All right, guys, let's see, what time is it now? 1:36. So yeah, in about 20 minutes in a meeting, marketing meeting. All right, so Xerox XRX is right at the VWAP, 1532, just sort of hanging at that VWAP. You can see kind of what it did. Remember, I was saying this earlier in the day that how close did it get to the 200-day? Yeah, I mean, look, there's the 200-day moving average at 1574, and I was saying, I wonder if getting close to that will stall it. So far, it did. AUPH, well, it won 11 races. Let's see what AUPH is doing. All right, guys, I'm not seeing. Make sure. Yeah, I do have my sound alerts toggle off. Do I start with a fresh watch list every day? Nope. Some I'll carry forward if I like what I see. Wow, look at this SLQT. What a mess now. Through the 200-day moving average. This is a cheap one, but on the weekly chart, there it is, 82 cents. It is shortable. Why is that one shortable? Look at the option volume for it. That's why I'm seeing it. It's in the options place. Look at the option volume, 10,000 contracts. And absolutely huge increase, 14,828%. Okay, let's take a look at ABCL. What I'm doing is I'm taking a look at my 20-day range lows and just kind of taking a look at the ones that are underneath a whole number just to see if there's anything interesting. So there's the ABCL. And now when we look left, wow, 533. Is that right? Yeah, 533 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for ABCL. Big float, 196 million in the float. So, but I may have to take a short on this one. Lots of shorts available, 4.25 million to Interactive Brokers. So probably most brokerages have shorts available. No, 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 no. Okay. See, I clicked the buy button instead of the sell button, but they didn't fill me. All right, guys, XRX is still right at that VWAP, right at the VWAP, 1532. All right, guys. Again, meeting in about 15 minutes. So I'm just kind of biding my time, seeing if this ABCL short can move a little bit. Symbol crashing, SFR. That's my sound for the 10-day daily breakout, SFR. All right, well, SFR, low float, 13 million in the float, 13.7 million in the float. The weekly chart, the next high is 390, is that right? Yeah, so 390. 385 to be exact. So this has got some room. I mean, it's choppy, but it's got some room looking at that weekly chart. Appreciate Holdings. What do they do? It's real estate business. Okay. All right, guys. Well, actually, look, the CNTG is making a little move to an area that might get me interested. It's CNTG. Volume is not great though. You know, the volume, I'd like to see a big volume bar like that. Like the 1130 candle, excuse me, the 1130 candle or volume bar. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh, there's GME, guys. I know I have a little bit of my own account, but this is the one I took. This is the one that I took in the simulator. $19. I keep thinking it's going to go right back to that 16 level. Why 16? Because well, 17. That's where it was when it had the so-called earnings surprise. And I took this one demonstrating how you can take a trade in the simulator. Yesterday, the IDYA, I didn't exit it. So if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so in the simulator. Just don't exit the trade at the end of the day. And you can see that's what I did with the GME. 22.94 on that short. Oh yeah, I mean SFR has a lot of room if it wants to keep running. The next high I said was 385, so it's got a lot of room on the weekly chart. I think you meant SFR, not SRF, right, Jake? Not in it anymore, but Hope is one that was showing up here. I wonder if it's still here. Surprised it's not still here because Hope. Okay, on a day like today, when the market is just, selling off and off and off and off, this is a nice little, it's on my homepage, 20-day range low. And I've sorted it on where they are in relation to the day's range. So right at the top here, like at HIMX, is almost at the low of the day. That's how I sorted it. And you can see how few are making 20-day range highs. Dude, that got ugly. LTH got ugly. Well, you've been talking about Riot, and you're saying Riot is moving as opposed to, yeah, as opposed to Mara. Well, maybe that's the reason. B. Riley says $12 a share. Let's see. Well, yeah, Merit is coming. Yeah, Merit is starting to move. Price target raised to 7. Okay, but that's a little. So Riley's getting in on these, but you're a little late, Riley. I mean, from 5 to 7. So what are you trying to like? What are you trying to actually tell us here? I mean, the stock was already at 8. So anyway, now Mara is coming into the 200-day moving average. That may stall it. Whereas I think Yeah, see, Riot is very different. I mean, look at Riot. There's the 200-day moving average for Riot. It has been well above it for a while. Mara is still underneath it. So you could argue that Riot is stronger than Mara, not just price-wise, but technically. Yeah, now look at this. It's not, I'm sure it's not shortable for me, but POAI just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm sure it's not shortable. Oh, it is. Is it? Yeah, 11,000 shares. Not too interested though. Well, first of all, I'm going into this meeting. So if I were going to do something, it could not be in something that could be this volatile. Almost a lifetime low though for this POAI. But the AIs are just giving it up. I'm looking at the CXAI, AI itself. So we'll have to wait for another day when they all of a sudden they get in fashion again. But this SFR guys, this SFR is inching its way up. All right, I will be in a meeting now. Yeah, this SFR is inching its way up. And that's from the 10-day daily breakout at $2. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. So that SFR was, quick. I guess that's all I can say. I mean, that was quick. I had the alert at, I didn't take this one, but had the alert at 2 o'clock right there. Didn't do any. In fact, look at this. So the alert was at 12:32 Eastern time. And you can see the blue candle or the blue arrow right there. But afterwards, it went down to $1.64. But it's when it came back up to 2, and then all of a sudden, I mean, it just took off to 247 and right back down again. So, that's a classic example of not, you cannot wander away from your computer when you're in one of these really low float ones. I mean, it's 13 million in the float. It's not one of the crazy low ones, but certainly low enough that you just can't wander away. And probably no reason for that, for the pop in the first place, but and the ABCL that I'm out of it now. It was not a bad little trade. ABCL. I'm just digging these up from the 20-day lows. Okay, and it was in that one at what, 685, and what did it get down to? It got down to about 760, or sorry, 671. But I'm out of it now. But I'm just digging these out of the 20-day lows. Another one I was looking at was Big C, actually. And these to me are just ones that, they're certainly not going to be a huge percentage movers, but you know what? They could give decent risk reward depending on where you put your stop. You can have probably some fairly tight stops on these. What have I got here? 300,000 shares, current volumes at least one. Okay. And again, these are all stocks. So any stock that meets those filter requirements and are at the low of the 20-day range, you'll see them in this top list. And I've organized it so that you'll see the ones right at the low of the day at the top here. That's how I've organized it, or as close to the low of the day. You probably can't see this, but with the Koru, there's just a little sliver of white. So that means that 792, it's not quite the low of the day, probably 790, maybe 790. Well, maybe it is. Okay, but that's how it's arranged. Oh, I agree on the Viri, Brian. I mean, it's now anything that drops down below $1 again, in my opinion, is dead. I mean, the only reason this was somewhat exciting was because of the gap. So, I mean, that was the only reason this to me was could have been super exciting because of the gap, potential gap fill. But now that it's under $1, now listen, tomorrow, hey, it might be a different day. I mean, 107 million shares have traded, 13 million in the float. So, I mean, that's what about an 8 multiple or so? So tomorrow, who knows? Maybe it reclaims $1 and has a move over $1 and stays there. Is Dish an all-time? Oh, Dish, not Dash. Yeah, lifetime low. The Dish Network, wow. Hmm. I mean, these guys are just going. I mean, that's a big float too, 247,000,000. Boy, I'm sure, well, if you're an existing shareholder, trying to hold on to see if there's any glimmer of hope, and then you have earnings on the 4th. I mean, who thinks earnings on the 4th are gonna do anything for this company? Are they still going? Riot and Mara are still going? You look at Riot? Yeah, you're right, they are still going. What's Bitcoin doing? BITO. Yeah, so they're following. So I'm surprised. I know I said this today, but I'm surprised that this daily, well, especially the breakdown, did not produce bigger stocks that really broke down and kept well, the FRC. I mean, I shouldn't say that. FRC obviously would have been a star if I'd had shorts available at that time. It's interesting because there are lots of covering now. 242,000. Now, the last time I looked, it was 113,000 available. Now there's 242,000. So obviously some covering taking place. But here, there were no shorts available, Interactive Brokers. So that would have been a star, yes. 1160 down to 824, that would have been a star. The rest of them, not really. And this was a this was a quick star from 2 to 240. But remember, these are ideas, these are not absolutely just because they we happens here that you just take the trade without any other thought. Yeah, Pack W after hours, no kidding. Pack W after hours. Will it do? Now, this Pack W was never quite lumped in the same boat as FRC, but still, I mean, does anybody really think they're going to have great earnings? What is a good example of an earning play? Well, for me, any company that released earnings after hours. So any company that released earnings after hours yesterday. So once the market closed yesterday, and then this morning before the market opens. I mean, that's how I define an earnings play. PJ. Because those stocks are typically in play all day. FRC, good example of an earnings play, right? I have a real problem with chart loading and everything. I'm gonna have. I really should be restarting trade ideas, but I won't. But post market, April 24th, post market. Okay, so there's your reaction right there at Move area. They released earnings after hours yesterday. Never mind these bars up here, but that was the result. In 1597 down to 12, but then this is pre-market. And you could see that it was holding the lows basically, and then the market opens and it just continues to move down. So it's not necessarily that the entire move is over just because it's had the move either after hours or in the pre-market. I mean, the big move usually, I mean, you'll get a big move, yes, on a gap down, but you can get big moves once the market opens because that's when a lot more eyeballs are looking at them. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute again. I am still here. If you have a question, I will hop right back on the mic. Okay, I'm muting myself now. Well, obviously I can't speak for all traders, but I don't trade very much. I probably like take 5 or 6 trades a day. That's it. I'm pretty selective. It's not 50 trades would be crazy for me. I'm not saying nobody does it, but I certainly don't. How do I make a top list window showing daily, weekly, and monthly uptrend positive? Okay, now as far as an uptrend, if I showed you a top list that stocks were say at the high, the monthly and weekly, would that do it? I mean, let me just show you something. This is something that I use. Let me just see if I can find it. And it's real simple. Oops. Just give me a moment. Boy, my system is really slowed down here. Okay, after hours. All right, so here's a top list I've got, okay? And you notice I've got um, position in 5, 10, 20, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year, 2 years, lifetime, okay? Now, if you take a quick look and you see green, 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 for instance, here, that means that these are all the high of the 5 day, 10 day, 20 day, 3 month, and 6 months as an example, okay? Will that do? And just a matter of looking. Now, you, of course, can, what have I got here for a summary? So so you may not care about the current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. There's 700,000 shares. I have the prices up 10% from the previous close. That'll be up to you, okay? But I think what you're really looking at as a nice graphical presentation of stocks, at these various. Now you can also put the position in. If you put this over here, come on. Ooh, okay, so that's okay. So now we've got the position in the days range here. So when you look here, so even though this one was at the top of the 5, 10, it's about mid of the days range as an example. So it's just a matter of now, and if you want more stocks, you just have to relax the filters. Okay, so I can give you this as a kind of a boilerplate. Okay, and then again, if you want more stocks, you just have to look at if you right click configure and current volume is 4. Maybe you don't care. I mean, that means today the stock is traded 4 times. If you're more 4 times normal, but if you are more interested in longer term trends, you probably could get rid of that. Maybe you want to make it 1 or just take it out completely. The volume today is 700,000. Maybe you don't need it to be that high. I don't know. Okay, so you can play around with this, but I think this is what you're looking for. Pictorially, it's just going to show you stocks that are in a pretty good uptrend right here. Okay, so I'll give this to you. Oops. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Okay, so there it is. Then you can, Again, you can play around with it. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute again. Okay, so question, how do I get your window? So you see where the link is, right? Okay, so you do see where the link is. I posted it just above you. Well, above that last question. So you just click on the link. So first of all, can you hear me before I do this? So I need an SK. Can you hear me? SK Gango. Can you hear me? Okay, so you see where my link is above you? I'll post it in again. Okay, so when you click on the link, all right, you're a subscriber, I'm assuming, obviously, to Trade Ideas, but you click on the link and then it'll pop in a tab, new tab. You just copy the link. Okay, I just basically highlighted it. So it's all highlighted. Now I'll Control C. Probably didn't have to do that, but I do that anyway. Control C, now it's copied. And then File from your toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud. And then if you've done it correctly, you should, it's all right. You should see it. Let me move this over just a little bit. You see where it should already appear in the box. Okay, notice this ends in C70C and this ends, well, you can't see it, but trust me, it's the same one. Okay, so once you copy this link, now if for some reason this box is blank, then you'd have to paste it in. Okay, Control V it in. And once you do that, then just load it and just show it up on my other monitor, but here it is. Okay. So are we good? Did that make sense? Could you do that? Okay, so did you do that? You know, again, you just click on the link. Click on the link. It shows up in a new tab. It should show up in a new tab. You'll see the string right there. And all I do generally is just, I just highlight it by clicking on it and Control C. Now it's copied. And then File, Load from Cloud, and here it is. It is already filled into the box, and then load. And now you've got it. And don't forget to save it to the cloud, okay? You have it, don't forget to save it. Okay, are we good? Okay, good. Okay. Ooh, speaking of the para moves, that CXAI, yeah, this try to take out the high of the day now. But that's why I've got this race here by the dip. These are not parabolic moves. These are stocks that you can concentrate on all day if you want. Try to figure out places to trade them. These are not parabolic moves here. That's why I have this one, the large cap gainers. Yes, it could, PJ. Yes, it could. The high was what, 1330 something, 1340. And it's all traders are looking at now. The day it got up to 21, recognizing the fact that it got up to 21 and closed, down here at 1380. Can I provide signals for AMD? You mean, where it could go and all that, where's resistance, etc. So AMD, so they release earnings next week. Okay, so next week, so obviously with the market, I mean, they've basically traded with the market. I mean, this obviously doesn't look good. It's in a downtrend. Okay, it's in a downtrend. The next low looking left on the daily chart is 83.67. So it's not that far away. If it broke that, then the next low is down here, 78.52. So, I mean, this is in a definite downtrend right now. And that would be a pretty key level for it to try to hold. 83.59. And again, it's not that far away, 70 cents away or so. Because if it took that out tomorrow or even today, then your next low, and there's the 200-day moving average, 78.64, basically the same as that low. But this has obviously been in a downtrend from 102 down to 84. No, 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 I can't tell you that, Abby. I mean, one of the things we always try to preach is having a stop. So if you bought it, even if you're swing trading, you always have to have a stop. Where you're going to get out if the trade's not working. And it sounds like you just don't have a stop unless it's a very wide one, 92 down to 84. That's $6. But I can't, I cannot say, yes, you should trade it out right now because who knows, tomorrow it might pop $5. Okay. I have no idea. So, but all I'm saying is that, for swing trading or any sort of trading, you should have. So if you got in here at 90, excuse me, 92, looks like up here. For me, had I done that, or 90, 92, for me, I would have probably put a stop around 88. I would not have liked to seen it go down below that. So I would have had about a $4 stop. No, and I'm not saying, I'm not a financial advisor. Stay put long term. I'm not a financial advisor. So I don't know where AMD, when you say long term, what's long term to you? Next week, next month, next year, 10 years, I mean, it's all relative. But I'm not a financial advisor. But there's the 92 level right up here. Yeah, so you were watching it here and thinking, well, maybe it'll bounce, or maybe that day was a low, and maybe it's going to bounce. Which is, I'm not saying that that would have been the wrong thing, but 100%, if I'd done that, I would have put my stop at right around 88, the low of those three candles, or of course, you didn't know that was going to happen. So actually, I'm wrong there. I'm sorry, you didn't know that was going to happen. So yeah, well, you knew this though. Below that candle right there was 88. So yeah, so I would have put my stop at the low of that candle. Very important to have a stop. Just basically, it basically manages your risk. You don't want, I mean, you're always going to, nobody is ever going to be right 100% of the time. And most, you're lucky if you're going to be right 50% of the time. 50% is still great, as long as you can, let some of your winners run for a bit, but you have a manageable loss. You don't want to, I mean, probably tomorrow I'll do do my little risk management commentary. But if you've got a $5,000 account, makes sense. You shouldn't risk $1,000 a trade. 5 trades, you're gone, perhaps. So depending on the size of your account, you may. So your account size. I don't mean you necessarily, but just in general. What I like to do in the simulator is risk $100 a trade. So when you get into the trade, you have to know how much you're going to lose if the trade doesn't work. Okay, you want to manage your loss. And then you don't want to disobey your stop. You don't want to start thinking, well, maybe my stop was too tight. And that 88 down there, yeah, but you know what? It did that and it came back. So it's going to do it again. And then you look here, yeah, maybe. And now all of a sudden, instead of your manageable $4 loss, whatever that was in terms of dollars, now is turning into an $8 loss in terms of dollar. And I don't know, basically double now. And, again, you can get really, it's going to come back. They've got earnings coming up. I read on Twitter, somebody said they're going to have great, great earnings. So I'll hold on. And they might, they might, but that's why having a stop is so important. Keeps you in the game. Could it run after? Well, anything is possible, of course, Cam. But I think it would have to take. Well, first of all, we're only 320. Yeah, we're 321. I think it would really have to take out 13 in a big way, like in a big, big, big way. And whether I haven't seen one. I haven't seen a stock running after hours for quite a while now. But this is looking interesting. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up. I'm going to go for my second bike ride of the year. Finally, we've got some great weather, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I'll open up tomorrow. Be on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern time, of course. Main room will open a little later than 8 o'clock, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. Then I get on the mic. So thanks for all the help. Another interesting day, as always. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And the same now for the YouTubers.